Treasury Star Parade. With Todd Duncan and Ann Brown of the cast of Porgy and Bess, and Henry Hall as our master of ceremonies.
Many bonds today, bonds of freedom, that's what we're selling. Many bonds today.
This is Henry Hall, ladies and gentlemen, with another program brought to you by the Treasury Department. I can't think of any kind of music that's more typically American than the music of the American Negro, or any composer whose work is more typically American than George Gershwin's. When Gershwin wrote Porgy and Bess, the whole musical world applauded. And when he got Todd Duncan and Ann Brown to sing the leading roles, they stood up and cheered. Today, here in New York, we're cheering all over again because Todd Duncan and Ann Brown are again starring in a revival of this famous opera on Broadway. And so we've invited them to be with us for this entire program to sing some of the songs they made famous. Mr. Todd Duncan and Miss Ann Brown in excerpts from George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess with Al Goodman conducting.
The things that you're liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so.
Little David was small, but oh my. Little David was small, but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who lay down and died. Little David was small, but oh my. Water, Timbambulu, full of water, carry on, yeah. I got plenty of nothing plenty for me. I got no car, I got no mule, got no misery. The folks with plenty, got a lock on their door. Afraid somebody is going to rob him while it's out, making more. What more? I got no lock on my door, that's the way to be. They can steal the rug from the floor, that's okay with me. 'Cause the things that I prize, like the stars in the sky, all are free. Oh, I got plenty and nothing's plenty for me. I got my gal, got my Lord, got him the whole day long. Oh, there's no use complaining. Got my gal, got my Lord, got my song.
For he chases the woman from to live with him. He ain't cross with you no more, and ain't you hear how he and them all the time singing in their room? Happy.
Oh, I got plenty and nothing's plenty for me. I got this tongue, got the deepest sea. The folks with plenty, got to pray all the day. Things with plenty, sure got to worry how to keep the devil away. Now I ain't fretting about hell till the time arrives. Never worry long as I'm well. Never want to strive to be good, to be bad. What the hell? I was glad I was alive. Oh, I got plenty and nothing's plenty for me. I got my gal, got my Lord, got him the whole day long. Oh, there's no use complaining. Got my gal, got my Lord,
got his Lord,
got my soul. woman now. You is, and you must laugh and sing and dance for two instead of one.
The language of all peoples, understood by all peoples. It wells up out of their deepest spiritual needs and expressions and becomes the common speech by which they are understood by all the rest of the world. It is the laughter of downtrodden races, the joy of joyless nations, the beauty of people in whose lives is no other beauty. Every people has its own song, and that song is its precious contribution to life. America is rich in music. The music of the cowboys, of the Spanish vaquero, the plaint of the plains and the romance of the border, but most of all, the rich laughter, the deep sorrow of the American Negro. from the dark beginnings, reaching upward during the fullness of living, which is America, their song has been the fullest, the strongest song of our people. One song rising triumphant, full-voiced, rich and strong among the voices of a mighty nation. We are free men. And while there are free men, this nation cannot perish from the earth. For the last several programs, I have been your master of ceremonies and shall continue so to be. And I have gloried in your wholehearted response to our request that you buy war-saving stamps and bonds. This is important. This is your contribution. Buy United States war bonds and war stamps. Buy them today, buy them tomorrow, buy them every day, every week, until we win this war, because this is your war. This is your country. Keep it yours.
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this transcribed performance. Mr. Henry Hall, Mr. Todd Duncan, and Miss Ann Brown. Also this station for its facilities. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Malcolm Meacham and Violet Atkins. Produced by William A. Patriot. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Presents a program in the series offered in cooperation with the College of the City of New York called Our Stake in War, the Democratic Way of Life. This afternoon, your city station brings to its microphones a distinguished American educator, Dr. Henry Newman, leader of the Brooklyn Ethical Culture Society, who will be introduced by Professor Gustav F. Schultz, chairman of the Department of Public Speaking at City College. Professor Schultz.
In introducing this afternoon's talk, the college takes great pride in the fact that the speaker who will now address you is not only a graduate of the college, but was at one time a member of its teaching staff, and since those days has been president both of its Alumni Association and of its chapter of Phi Beta Kappa. There can be no question, however, that proud as we are of his association with the college, he is much more widely known as the leader of the Brooklyn Society for Ethical Culture and as the author of a series of splendid books, among which special reference may be made, perhaps, to Education for Moral Growth, Modern Youth and Marriage, Lives in the Making. Today, the topic is the particularly vital one, freedom of expression. It gives me great pleasure to present Dr. Henry Newman.
Thank you, Professor Schultz. To many persons, wartime would hardly seem to be the time to talk about freedom of expression. People say, how can a war be won with everybody as free to speak as in days of peace? Do you want to give the foe information he can use? A careless word may tell him what port some ship is leaving or where it's bound. He can put to use this foe any criticism we make of our public officials, whether in the army or in the civilian service. So why bring up at all at a time like this the matter of free speech? This is what many people hold. Well, we can begin by agreeing, of course, that military secrets should not get out. Nobody can expect our government to let us discuss its plans, let's say, for the next military move, how many men, how many planes are going to this place or that, or when. But other discussions are still very much in order. Nay, just because the ideals of democracy are now so immensely important, is all the more reason to look again at this priceless freedom we still enjoy even while at war and must continue to enjoy. Take, for example, the report of the Roberts Commission on Pearl Harbor. Here was an impartial, fact-finding body appointed to get at the truth about December 7 and whatever was back of those failures. The facts were made public. And what a difference between America and Germany. In Germany, too, huge mistakes have been made and are very likely to go on being made. In spite of the reputation for superhuman wisdom the dictators want to build up, they, too, are human beings who can make the most serious blunders. But your dictator tries to keep people from learning about those mistakes. He can imprison, he can shoot whoever lets the least whisper cross his lips. In a democracy, the errors are made public, and the people themselves, meaning that is you and me, are thereupon stirred to redouble our efforts and make them wiser efforts. No system of life anywhere is proof against the blunders that we all can make, wouldn't you say? But when it comes to learning from those errors, when doing better as a result, how democracy towers miles above even the most efficient dictatorship. Nothing would please Hitler more than for America to be blind to where it's weak or wrong, or for our government to act as if this war were some private and confidential matter. Another example of the benefit that we all get from freedom to criticize is being shown today in Great Britain. Over there, the party opposed to the majority is called His Majesty's Loyal Opposition. Why, that very name tells how democracy, instead of suppressing a minority, uses that minority to promote the general good, just as my best friend may sometimes be the man who tells me where I am wrong. Look at this one instance. Here is Great Britain so mightily troubled over India. Mr. Churchill sends Sir Stafford Cripps to plead with Nehru and the other Indian leaders. And who is Cripps? A short while ago, he was a member of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition. He was openly critical of Mr. Churchill and his policies, especially with regard to Russia and India. And now Mr. Churchill takes him into his cabinet. It's almost as if, let us say, a conservative like President Hoover had taken into his cabinet Upton Sinclair or Norman Thomas. In Germany, any Sir Stafford Cripps would have been sent long ago to the concentration camp. What good to Germany could he possibly have done there? In Great Britain, instead of being silenced, he was allowed to speak the truth which he saw, and his very former opposition was made a means of serving his country. That's the way democracy acts, even in wartime. And that's why freedom of expression must continue. Our public officers, being human, make mistakes. They need the brains, they need the patriotism of those who disagree with them. It's to the interests of our country that they should have such criticism. A democracy governs through a majority, but a majority which welcomes aid from the very minorities in the opposition. I mention this, friends, because here's a fact which the worries of wartime can very easily make us forget. The danger is that when we get scared, the plea of safety, patriotism, will be urged to cover up healthy disagreement, or to silence, or even to mob the ones who speak it. Fortunately, there's much less terrorism today than there was in 1917. During the First World War, in the years immediately after, many disgraceful acts were committed. Without the least legality, 5 socialist assemblymen were driven out of the state legislature at Albany. Vigilance committees, often bands in the American Legion, broke up meetings, sometimes with the support of public officers who were supposed to stop such lawlessness. We shall need to be watchful that these disgraces do not happen again this time. We shall need to remind one another that even in wartime, debate and free criticism can be as essential to the triumph of democracy as they are in peace. Here's a senatorial committee, headed by Senator Truman, for example, looking into the relations between the Standard Oil Company and the German Die Trust. Is it true that the oil company withheld valuable military information from our government while it gave this to the Nazis? I don't know. The chairman of the board of Standard Oil is a member of the War Labor Board. Is it, I ask, to the public interest, or is it not, that all the facts in the case, one way or another, be made public? Many of our newspapers seem very anxious to have this whole matter dropped. They tell us that this is the time for unity and confidence. Yet these very papers are stirring us up every day over what they call the danger to America from the better hours and the better wages enjoyed by the workers in the factories. If this is matter for public, free, frank discussion, is the other case any less so. And the same holds with regard to discussing the kind of peace we want to see established. When Mr. Churchill, for instance, declared that Germany was going to be disarmed, while the victors alone would be trusted with weapons, he was unintentionally helping the Nazis. Yes, I repeat that. It was actually helping the Nazis for him to say that Germany was going to be disarmed and the victors alone would be trusted with weapons. Why, the Nazi Propaganda Bureau was only too glad to quote Churchill to this effect and tell the Germans that a British victory was going to leave them wholly at the mercy of their foes, and that therefore Germans had everything to gain by continuing to fight. Don't you think it would have been better to announce peace aims which would convince the Germans and the rest of Europe that they had everything to gain from the defeat of the Nazis? This opinion of mine may be all wrong, but the point is that matters of this kind should be discussed openly, fully, widely from one end of America to another, even though public officials or prevailing community opinion may be all for keeping quiet. I recommend, for those of you that care for literature on the subject, the best book on this whole subject, the recently published, revised edition of Freedom of Speech by Professor Zachariah Chafee of the Harvard University Law School. In this new edition, Professor Chafee reminds us how we forgot in 1917 and the years immediately after that it was wrong to silence such critics of the government as socialists or pacifists. The feeling then was that a man should be silenced when his remarks might be said to show a tendency to do harm. A very wise person in the Supreme Court, the late Mr. Justice Holmes, disagreed with that view. In his decisions, he trusted that in the long run the democratic procedure would prove more healthy to America than the methods of the dictator. And so Justice Holmes ruled that men were to be silenced not when their remarks might have a tendency to do harm at some future time, but only when a clear and present danger existed. Professor Chafee thinks that now we shall do more sensibly than we did in that earlier day, because we've been warned through men like Justice Holmes how far we went wrong in that other time. The limits and the scope of free speech are now defined more clearly. Above all, we have before us, in the example of Europe, the unmistakable harm that comes from suppressing minority opinion. Dictators and democracies, being the work of human beings, are both likely to mistake. Which is the better way, to shoot or imprison the ones who point out our mistakes, or to use those very criticisms to make the democracy all the stronger? A case very much to the fore just now is that of social justice. From what I saw of it, I think that this paper is a disgrace to our country, and that the man back of it is a dishonor to his sacred profession and to America. And yet, I wouldn't suppress even that paper unless the fact were unmistakably clear that it shows in Judge Holmes' words not a tendency to do harm, but a clear and present danger. Unless there is this clear and present danger, I wouldn't use the power of government to suppress the paper. I'd rather trust the better America to refute the lies, the prejudice, and the hate. Just this word in closing. I think it's mighty good that these radio talks are being given under the auspices of our own municipal college. The job of a college is, among other things, to help a new generation learn how to find out truth and how to put it into practice. Do we of the older generation really mean business when we say this? Well, one way to prove that we do mean business is to stand up sturdily for the basic democratic principle of free expression, even in times as anxious as these.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard a discussion of freedom of speech by a distinguished American educator, Dr. Henry Newman, leader of the Brooklyn Ethical Culture Society, who was introduced by Professor Gustav F. Schultz, chairman of the Department of Public Speaking at City College. The program was one in a series presented by your city station in cooperation with the City College Civilian Defense Council to bring New Yorkers an authoritative analysis of the many phases of defense for democracy. Copies of these discussions, as well as copies of a very useful guide to civilian protection compiled by the City College staff, are yours for the asking. Write for yours to the Civilian Defense Council, City College, 280 Convent Avenue, New York City, enclosing 10 cents for each copy. This evening at 8 o'clock, we are to hear an important special program in the City College series, a program in which Jan Masaryk, Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Czechoslovak Republic, is to be our program guest.
Well, the Aces, having lost all their money, are preparing to move out of their bungalow into an apartment. But the apartment must be big enough to include Jane's 18-year-old niece, Betty, who came to town hoping to work for Mr. Race. But Mr. Race himself is looking for a job, too. Our scene now is about 5:30 in the evening at the bungalow. Marge has just entered and is met by Jane.
The man who just left here? Oh, those are the men I called up to come about the moving. About the moving? Don't tell me you found an apartment already. All right. Why, Jane. What? Well, did you find an apartment? Well, do you want me to tell you or don't you? Well, of course I do. Oh, I thought maybe you felt like I do about it. I'm just so black and blue thinking about it, I don't like to even talk about it. But did you find an apartment? Yes, this afternoon. Well, did you decide on it without it? Oh, no, I called him, and he said if I thought it was all right to take it. Well, where is it? It's the Boulevard apartment. The Boulevard, oh, way uptown? Well, the rent's cheap there, that's the main thing. It's hard to find a place with 2 extra rooms for what we can pay for it. 2 extra? Oh, am I included in this? Why, sure you are. I got a room for you and one for Betty. Oh. Why? What did you think? Did you think of moving somewhere else? Well, I didn't know what... Oh, you did think of moving. Well, if that isn't like a friend, when things go wrong, they want to leave. Oh, now, Jen, you don't mean that about me. Well, you just said it. I said I didn't know what my status was to be. Of course I want to live with you. You know that. You don't think I relish living somewhere alone, do you? No, I don't. I know you didn't enjoy where you used to live before you came here to live with us. That room you had was 1 window. 2 windows, if you please? 2. Oh, yes, if you count that little window in there. Just the same, it wasn't such a bad room. It was just the idea of living alone. After living here with you, I couldn't stand the solitude. Well, you just wait till you see this room I got for you. I'll take your word for it. Oh, and those men from the moving company, when are they coming back to move it? Well, day after tomorrow, first thing in the morning, we have to be all packed. Oh, and I better get started on my stuff tonight. Well, what time's dinner? I don't know. As soon as everybody comes home, I told Laura that we have to wait till everybody got here. Oh, yes. How about Laura? What about her? I mean, you're going to have to let her go, aren't you? Have you told her? No, I haven't. Jane. I know. I've just been hating you all day. Well, you better get it over with and right away. I'll call her. Oh, Marge, I just hate to say anything to her. Oh, I'll come out here with her. Oh, I know she's going to feel awful about it. Well, Jane, you have to do it. Now, you tell her. Well, all right. You want me to? No, I'll tell her. She's so sensuous, I'm going to have to sort of hint around, in a roustabout way. Well, just so you do. Oh, here she is. Did you call me, ma'am? Yes, Mrs. Ace wants to talk to you, Laura. I'm going in and tidy up, Jane. Laura? Yes, miss. I was gone. Who? Those 2 men that were here before. Oh, yes, did you hear me talking to them? Oh, no, ma'am. I was busy getting dinner. Who are they, ma'am? Moving men. Oh, moving men. Are they going to take pictures? Pictures? They're going to take everything. They are? Me too? Well, that's what I want to talk to you about, Laura. Yes, ma'am. Well, come over here. I can't holler to you. Oh, yes, ma'am. I didn't know that. Laura, remember that $2 raise I gave you last week? Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, wait a minute. Let me talk. Yes, ma'am. Well, I know you're going to feel awful about this, but, well, here's the whole thing in a shell hole. I'm going to have to take back the $2 raise. You won't, ma'am? Oh, now, don't feel so bad about it. Well, I can't help it, ma'am. I only had it 1 week. Well, it's better than having it too long and getting used to it, isn't it? Yes, ma'am, I guess so. Well, sure it is. Now, stop looking so sad. Worse things than that can happen. What, ma'am? Well, worse things than that. I don't know what it could be. Well, they could. So, I have to take back the $2 raise. Well, all right, ma'am. Well, we got that settled. Laura?
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm going to have to take back the rest of your salary, too.
The rest of it?
Yes, I wanted to tell you this a little bit at a time and just sort of break the news to you. That's why I took back your raise first. Now I can tell you the rest of it. I'm going to have to take back the rest of your salary, too.
But I don't know what you mean, ma'am. That doesn't leave me very much, does it?
Well, hardly anything.
Why, it don't leave anything if you take the raise and the salary.
See, and you said nothing could be worse. Now cheer up.
Cheer up.
Well, I better tell you the whole thing. You see, Mr. Ace lost all our money.
No? How?
In business. You wouldn't understand it, Laura.
Well, it looks to me like you didn't understand it either, ma'am.
Who?
Mr. Ace, if he lost all his money.
Well, he did, but it doesn't mean he didn't understand it. He just happened to lose it. How about all the time we had it and he didn't lose it? He understood it then. Turnabout is fair play, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Well, now, just because he lost it and we're going to have to move into an apartment, that's no reason that he does.
Moving to an apartment?
Yes, we're moving day after tomorrow.
You mean you're not going to leave here, ma'am?
No, how can we live here with no money? That's why I have to let you go too, Laura. Especially now with my niece here living with us, that would make even more work for you, and I couldn't even tell you what I've been paying you, much less a raise.
Well, who's going to do all the cooking, ma'am?
I will. I did it before, and I guess what was good enough for me is good enough for me.
And Miss Marge, too, ma'am, is she going to move in with you?
Oh, yes, Marge always lives with us.
But that makes so much work, ma'am. You'll have to have somebody helping you.
Well, we can't afford it, Laura. And I'm not the kind of a wife that goes around making her husband because he lost his money and I have to do all the work. I say a wife should take the bitter with the better. When we first got married, things were bitter. And then when they got better, I took the better. But now that they're bitter, don't you think I ought to take the bitter? I think I better.
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. But this is kind of sudden, ma'am. I'm so used to working here, and I don't know if I can find something else.
Oh, sure you can, Laura.
Well, I don't know, ma'am. And besides, I like you, ma'am, very much.
Well, care for me, Laura.
Thank you, ma'am. And I don't mind coming in getting the dinners, ma'am, and sort of helping around the apartment.
But I can't afford it, Laura.
Well, couldn't I do it just for my meals and my car fare?
Just for your meals and car fare?
Yes, ma'am. You see, I live with my girlfriend, and just for the winter, I thought I could sort of stay on.
Well, if you want to, Laura.
Oh, I do want to, ma'am.
Well?
Is it a bargain, ma'am?
Well, it's a bargain for me. I don't think it's such a bargain for you, though, Laura, because...
Well, did you get it all straightened out, then?
Yes, I told her, Marge, but she doesn't want to quit.
Doesn't want to quit?
No, what do you mean?
Well, I don't mind working just for my meals and car fare.
It's because she likes me so much, Marge.
Yes, I should say she does. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll hurry and get dinner. I feel so much better now, ma'am.
You do?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome, Laura.
Well, that's right for you. The girl gets fired and she feels much better.
Yes, and you should have seen how bad she felt a little while ago when I told her I was going to have to take back the $2 raise I gave her last week.
She what?
Yes, she just felt awful.
Oh, you started out by just taking back the raise?
Well, I didn't like to come right out and tell her. I know how bad I feel that we have to leave here, so you can imagine.
Yes, and I wanted to talk to you about that, Jane.
About what?
About how bad you feel because all this had to happen. Now, you know, Ace feels worse about it than any of us.
Yes, I guess he does.
So how about you trying to pep him up a little?
What do you mean?
I mean, don't show it so plainly. Be gay, kind of. Laugh it off. Take it in good spirits.
Oh, you mean in front of him?
That's the idea. Just tell him it could be much worse.
Could be much worse.
All in a lifetime.
All in a lifetime.
Laugh and be merry, you know, so he won't feel any worse than he does.
Oh, I know what you mean, Marge. I guess I shouldn't look so sad at that.
That's the idea, Jane. Oh, there he is now.
Oh, is that you, dear?
Yes.
Oh, you got home early, didn't you?
Yes, I did. There isn't much for me to do now.
Oh, well, the worst is yet to come, dear.
The worst is yet to come.
Oh, well, we're only young once in a while.
What is this?
Well, The moving men were here a little while ago.
Oh, they were?
Yes, and we had more fun figuring out how we're going to pack everything.
Fun? Is that your idea of fun?
Yes, it's kind of exciting. I just can't wait till we get to the new apartment and get settled up.
Settling up is going to be the hard part.
Oh, well.
Not only does all this happen to just us, but we have to have an extra person on our hands.
By the way, where is Betty? Betty? Oh, she'll be home pretty soon. She's been out looking around. For a job, you mean? Yes, she wanted to get started right away. I told her she ought to take a vacation first. She just got
A vacation, huh?
Uh-huh.
And she's probably on the longest vacation she ever had right now and doesn't know it.
Oh, now, Ace, don't talk like
Well,
that.
I know the tough time I'm having. If I can't get anything, what chance is she going to have?
Oh, why don't you be an optician, dear?
An optician? Look at the world through rose-colored glasses. Is that what you mean?
Yes, after all, we ought to be happy. Oh, there's Betty now. I'll let her in there. Well, I'm glad she's here. I'm starved.
Oh, are we still eating?
Oh, why don't you snap out of that? Is that a way to talk? Oh, hello, Betty. Lisa. I do now. Don't say things like that. Betty, what is it? Successful. You mean you found yourself a job? I have. Well, good work. Oh, is it good work? See, dear, she found good work. Where, Betty? How did you do it? It was the triumph of science over mediocrity. Oh, that's smart. What kind of work is that? It's the kind of work I've been trained for. Oh, what is it? Where is it? It's a private secretarial job with all the accessories. Isn't that wild? Oh, what is it, Betty? I'm telling you, Aunt Jane. Private secretary. I get $25 a week to start with, and if I'm all I say I am, I get $30. $30. Well, dear, how's that?
Well, that's just dandy.
Isn't it? Now we're all getting settled. Cheer up, dear. I got the apartment today. Betty got a job. And now that leaves you, dear. Cheer up. You're the only fly in the oatmeal. Jane, I don't like
yes, I see that. Atta girl, Jane. That's cheering him up. And so our friends begin to straighten themselves out. We drop in on them in their new environment when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borga, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids, and Hal. Bing's distinguished visitors for this evening include Ronald Reagan, star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Spike Jones and his City Slickers in person, and Sabu the Elephant Boy. And here's Bing Crosby.
Katie, oh beautiful Katie, you're the only good girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cacao shed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door.
Be my beautiful Captain, you're the only thing that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cow, where we keep the cows, I'll be waiting at the front door.
Katie, beautiful Katie, you're the only good girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cowshed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door.
Welcome to the old Kraft Music Hall, friends, and greetings and appreciation to the fighting men of the United States and the United Nations, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen at sea and ashore in every strategic quarter of the globe, to whom this chivalry is being short-waved.
Just think, Bing, it's getting to be winter down in Australia, and around here signs of spring are everywhere.
Yeah, they tell me they're putting up signs of spring in all the theatrical boarding houses from Hollywood to New York.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. These signs of spring say, don't send out your laundry till after you've checked with your draft board.
Well, the signs of spring I meant were women's hats.
Oh, they are a sign of something. Off the face hats, over the eye hats, under the chin hats, and around the ear hats.
I think they're kind of cute.
You like them, huh? Why don't they come out with a startling innovation like an on-the-head hat? Has that been done?
Well, that's impractical. With a hat on her head, how could a woman show off her new hairdo?
What is this off-the-face business, anyhow? Was there ever an on-the-face hat?
Well, certainly.
There was, huh?
The Army has lots of on-the-face models. Only they call them gas masks.
Oh, I see what you mean. The Army's got lots of everything, Mary. They got tanks rolling out of our factories a trainload a day. 3,500 airplanes a month.
We're up to 3,500?
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
Yep, 3,500. That's getting pretty close to a perfect score.
Well, what's a perfect score?
Well, a couple of more thousand. When a bell rings, we tilt Tokyo and Berlin lights up. At the moment, John Scott and his group light up with a little introduction for Mary.
Life was so peaceful at Lockheed. Life was so calm and serene. Life was reggae till that unlucky day I happened to read that magazine. Why did I read that advertisement where it said, since I rumble, Jim thinks I'm sublime? Why, oh, why did I ever try when I didn't have the talent and I didn't have the money and teacher did not have the time? Oh, Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. I had a week to spare. He showed me the groundwork, the walk-around work, and told me to take it from there. Arthur Murray then advised me not to worry. It'd come out all right. He wasn't mistaken, the balls I've taken, I don't know my left from my right. All the people around me can all sing a 1 and a 2 and a 3. But any resemblance to waltzing is just coincidental to me, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. And so I take a chance. To me it resembles the 9-day tremble, but he guarantees it's the dance. Turkey trot, or gavotte, don't know which, don't know what, jitterbug, bunny hop, long as you got a rut. Walk the dog to the clock, Lindy, how do you drop? Ball the jack, back to back, cheek to cheek till you're weak. Oh, you've heard of Pavlova, well, Jack move over, make way for the queen. The queen of the dance.
Thank you, Mary. With most of his most recent release, Jungle Book, opening in Hollywood this evening, New Universal's picture, young star Sabu hasn't been in the old Kraft Music Hall in over a year and a half. That's right around the time he was appearing in The Thief of Baghdad. Ah, Baghdad. The very mention of the place fills me with a strange, incurable longing. Homesickness, I suppose you might call it, but then I suppose my love of everything Oriental goes back to my first visit to Cairo, Illinois. But I digress. I was speaking of Baghdad. Ah, that was the Baghdad that I knew, the Baghdad of my youth. How well do I remember that small swap shop and motel that I had back of Cutgrave Caliph's saltwater taffy shop. Sabu was one of my 2 assistants. I recall the morning I was practicing my Oriental basket trick. My other assistant was inside the basket, and Sabu, who was beside me, said,
Sub Crosby, what do you need? 2 assistants?
Oh, you shall see. Now stand aside. I'm about to do the trick. Very simple. All I do is plunge these 3 razor-sharp swords through the basket. Apparently through my assistant. So. Now open the basket lid, and you will find my assistant still in one piece. Right?
Wrong.
Can't understand it. I lose more assistants that way.
Do not despair, Sab. You are still the only American faker in all Baghdad. You will be proud to know that I have finally learned your wonderful trick with the magic carpet. Look, Sab, in the other room. The magic carpet is 4 feet off the floor.
Yes. How did you manage to sweep that much dust under one carpet?
Someday you must teach me your system, sir. How do you get your carpet to fly?
The moths hold hands.
Baghdad is a strange place. Did you hear the terrific crash last night when Jumbo climbed to the top of the elephant pen and jumped?
Jumbo did that? Why?
Jumbo thought he was Dumbo.
Look, two people have just entered the shop, Sabu. One is wearing a zeet sheet with a pleat seat. Who is the other?
A beautiful girl named Princess Martini.
How'd you know her name?
Oh, her name is written on her sarong. Princess Martini, Golden Gloves, 1941.
Oh, that's the A little tired, aren't you, Princess?
I am Princess Martini.
Are you with Olive or Pearl Onion? That's a Gibson, I forgot.
You look as if you had a terrible trip, Princess Martini.
I did. My camel and I stumbled into an abandoned tiger pit. Someone had dug along the trail.
Tiger pit? Sabu, do tigers have pits?
I don't know. I never had a tiger.
I stand before you, Swanee Crosby, a beautiful woman who needs help. The harem is revolting.
Yes, I know, but good fun. Wait a minute while I take a look at my crystal ball. I see a large, formless shape hovering over you.
Oh, you must mean Trotter. Trotter, the tent wearer.
Yeah. That boy's sure got a great shape with a plump slump, hasn't he?
Somebody call me. I'm available for crystal readings.
Why, I thought you were a snake charmer.
Do I look like a snake charmer?
No, you look more like an elephant, boy.
Pardon my intrusion, but I am the Sheikh Hot Tents Carpenter. I have come for my little harem hotfoot, Princess Martini. Oh, desert doll. Oh, Persian pigeon. Why have you from me departed? What grounds had you to ever fear me? My own Jean Tierney.
Oh, that is not true. Haven't I always been a good wife to you?
Well, I don't know. I haven't received a report on you lately.
That settles it. I shall fly away to Hollywood. Will you take me with you on your magic carpet, Sabu?
I would be very happy to, Princess Martini.
Say, Sabu, this telegram just came for you. You shan't be able to fly to Hollywood with Princess Martini on your magic carpet after all.
Oh, why not?
This telegram is from the Baghdad Interceptor Command.
Oh. Yes, I've just been grounded.
Thank you very much, Sabu. The boy from Baghdad comes now, the boy from Peoria, Ken Carpenter.
These days, all of our clocks are set ahead to wartime, and many a household is set to a time-saving, labor-saving schedule. So let me suggest a big help with nutritious meals that must be ready on the dot. Keep in your refrigerator a 2-pound box of Velveeta. That's Kraft's nutritious cheese food, rich in milk nutrients, digestible as milk itself. Toasted sandwiches filled with Velveeta's delicious cheddar cheese goodness are quick and practically a whole lunch. Smooth cheese sauce, speedily made by melting Velveeta, adds goodness and fine nutrition to eggs, seafood, and vegetables. Sliced Velveeta with fresh fruit is an easy, delectable dessert, and mighty wholesome, too. All of these ideas, you'll find, fit right in with the suggestions given in the federal government's official food guide. Now, Uncle Sam asks you to pay particular attention to planning well-balanced meals. So follow the government's official food guide in making out your menus. Right foods can help build a strong, victorious nation.
I miss you since you went away, dear. Miss you more than I can say, dear. Daytime, nighttime, nothing I do can make me forget that I still love you. I kiss you. In my dreams I kiss you. Whispering, darling, how I miss you. Tell me, do you ever miss me as I miss you?
I miss you since you went away, dear. Miss you more than I can say, dear. Daytime, nighttime, nothing I do can make me forget that I still love you.
I kiss you. In my dreams I kiss you. Whispering, darling, how I miss you. Tell me, do you ever miss me as I miss you?
As some of our clients probably know, Victor Borge, the young Danish pianist, wit, and raconteur, recently familiarized us with his version of the up-to-the-minute English. This is a little thing known as the upper language. And as I understand it, it's really catching on, Victor.
I'm very happy to know that many people are using my new invention, the upper language. But I have heard some mistakes, and I think it's better that I'll explain it to you so you won't make those mistakes in using this language. First of all, I want to explain to you why I invented it. You know, in wartime, everything goes up. Everything gets more expensive. If you pay 10 cents today for something, you pay 11 tomorrow. So you add one to every price. Sometimes you add more, but we start out with one. Couldn't do it less. And the only thing that hasn't gone up yet is the language. And that's why I come in. I made the upper language. It means that every number in the language gets up with one. You know, you add one to each number in the language. There are many numbers in the language. Maybe you never notice it, but there are. And I'll give you a couple of examples how it would be. A word like wonderful. There's a number one in that. Wonderful. It will be tooderful. This is very simple. Then we have create. It will be quinine. Before will be B5. And, of course, lieutenant will be lieutenant. Promotion. Then a word like tennis will be 11-ish, of course, and double talk will be triple talk, and so on and so on. Then I could mention a little sentence. If you say, I ate a tenderloin with my fork, ate tenderloin with my fork, it would be, I nine and 11 tenderloin with my 5. This is the idea, and I would like to read a little story to you, so you could, in the upper language. And later on, we have a little song written, so you can hear we can sing and we can talk and we can do everything with this language. This little story is called All This and Heaven 3. And it starts like this. Twice upon a time, a man arrived here in sunny California. He came all the way from Tennessee. It's a little bit difficult, Tennessee, but... 2 of his legs were broken, so he had only 2 left. He came here to an institution, 3 rest, and recuperate. This fellow was a 50-11er. You see, I have to explain this to you because this is really difficult. He was a 49er. But a 49er is a 50-10er, but a 10er is an 11er, so a 49er would be a 50-11er. It should really be a 60-12er, but that's too much. This story gets pretty involved, so I think I'll rather show how the upper language sounds in daily conversation. And lovely Mary Mary Ma 11. Fine, that's the new name. Mary Ma 11 will help me out. So you can hear how it sounds in daily conversation. The following conversation takes place in a little house in Baltimore. Baltimore. Mary, my daughter, I'm thirsty. Will you bring me a bottle of 8-Up?
Oh, I'm busy, Father. I only have 3 hands.
Say, did you go to the, take the course in the first 8, the second 9 today?
Yes. I met a beautiful little Lululevenant.
Tell me, Mary, was it love at second sight?
Father.
My dear child, tell me the truth. As I told you twice before, you have only 2 fathers, and that's me. Come on, tell me.
Well, he's just 3 to 9.
Mary, my daughter, may I take this opportunity to tell you who's knocking at the door?
Maybe it's opportunity.
No. Opportunity only knocks twice. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Lululevenant at Double Crosby.
Mr. Lululevenant, will you give me some information about yourself? Are you married or double?
I'm strictly on the up and up.
Good, then you couldn't be married. May I ask you, on my daughter's B1.5, are you sincere?
I think Mary is dutiful.
I don't give 3 cents whether you think she is 1, 2, 3, or 4-ful. Are you sincere?
Do I look 3-faced?
I wish you did, then I could take my charge. However, I'll leave both of you 3 alone, and I think you make a dutiful triple.
Tweedaloo.
Mary, you are my 2 and only.
And you are my dutiful little Lululevenant.
And I come from Timbuktu.
You are my dutiful little Lululevenant. You're the only 2 by me.
It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words.
You are my dutiful little Lululevenant.
And I come from Timbuktu.
There's a handsome lieutenant, and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough,
no praise to the sky enough.
So I had to raise all the words by 1. He is much more than wonderful, so I add 1. I call him tutorful.
That's 1 more than wonderful.
In fact, he just reads divine. He is my tutorful little Lululevenant, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my tutorful little Lululevenant. He's the only 2 by me. His praise is higher that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher verse. He is my tutorful little Lululevenant, and he comes from Timbuktu.
Does he come from California?
No.
Does he come from 11th Street?
No, no.
Does he come from Washington?
No, no. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Loodle Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. And he comes from Timbuktu.
Time marches back. 1927. Calvin Coolidge is President of these United States. 1927. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution is being widely ignored as flask-toting flappers and finale hoppers cause grave concern for the future of the younger generation. Thinking men with growing children are saying...
You know, Mary, when it comes to drawing those flappers and those finale hoppers, nobody can touch John Hill, Jr.
Oh, he sure is popular.
Mm-hmm.
But, Harry, why do you suppose they call the boy flappers finale hoppers?
Well, you see, these finale hoppers, they show up carrying a slight load. They crash the joint just before home sweet home, and they finagle the flaps from the guys who are sleeping it off in the locker room.
You know, Harry, I wish I could Charleston with you without wearing shin guards.
You can relax, baby. The Charleston's all washed up. Right now, I'm learning the black bottom.
The black bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the name of a dance?
Well, it's a fair pie, too. A black bottom, a new twister, sure, got 'em and
Oh, Harry, where do you learn such things?
Oh, a little speakeasy around the corner. I like to...
There's a what?
There's a little speakeasy around the corner. You know, next to the soda fountain where I get my malted and tuna fish on whole wheat every noon. And I like to...
Yeah, and I suppose you put your ear to the wall and hear them singing and dancing the black bottom.
Oh, you don't even have to put your ear to the wall. The whole building shakes. It's kind of a rickety building.
It's kind of a rickety alibi, too.
You trying to tell me you think I sit around in speakeasies?
Well, I might think that if I didn't happen to know you couldn't get into one.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the day you suggested a glass of wine to celebrate our anniversary. We rang the bell at 6 places, not a one of them would let you in.
Well, you don't want to go around kicking about that. You said yourself you liked the chocolate soda better.
Yeah, we stood in the rain, and the man opened the little peephole, and you said, hello, Charlie, remember me? And he said, no, this is a private residence. And then we went on to someplace else.
Funny, isn't it? All those places suddenly turned into private residences.
One thing struck me as strange.
You mean when a mounted policeman came out with his horse?
Yeah. I wondered if you noticed it, too.
Say, have you heard Paul Whiteman play, Through the black of night, I got to go where you are. And if it's wrong or right...
Sounds wrong to me.
Oh, no, not the way Paul Whiteman plays it. You know that trio he's got with him, those, what do you call the Rhythm Boys?
Do you like them?
Don't you?
Well, there's 3 too many of them.
It's a trio.
I know.
Listen, they don't do bad with Mississippi mud. Happy as a cow just a chewing on a cut and when the dog speaks the feet on the Mississippi. Happy as a cow when the dog speaks the feet on.
Harry, 2 of the boys aren't bad. That little old fat one was a cymbal that annoys me. What do you keep hitting that cymbal for?
Listen, if any of his whispered warbling seeps through, the kid's through.
Well, I don't like that jazz stuff anyway. I like songs like, sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. It does too, Harry.
Does what?
Oh, nothing.
I took one look at you. That's all I meant to do. And then my heart stood still.
Honestly, Harry, remember the first night you held my hand? It was in the balcony at Showboat.
Oh, yeah. And all evening on the way home you kept singing, we could make believe I love you. Only make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lips are blending?
in a phantom kiss, or two or three. Might as well make believe I love you, for to tell the truth, I do.
And thus, friends, for make-believe. And here's Ken Carpenter for real.
Today, we're looking to the experts in many fields to point the way to total victory. For instance, guided by the advice of our government's nutrition experts, millions of homemakers are setting out meals designed to build strong Americans. And these homemakers follow the federal government's official food guide. Since this valuable food guide lists dairy foods as a must for every day, we bring you a little report on one famous dairy product, Kraft's cheese food, Velveeta. Listen.
Velveeta is a rich source of milk calcium and milk phosphorus, food minerals that help build sound teeth and bones. This cheese food contributes milk protein, too, that helps build strong muscles. The milk fat in Velveeta helps make it a fine energy food and also an excellent food source of vitamin A. Velveeta, likewise, is an excellent food source of vitamin G, an important part of the B complex. And this cheese food is digestible as milk.
But on top of all that, Velveeta is mighty good eating. Rich yet mild cheddar cheese goodness. Swell for sandwiches, cheese sauce, snacks, dessert. So count Velveeta in on your well-balanced menus. But learn, too, about all the foods that help build a strong nation. To get your free copy of the federal government's official food guide, write direct to the Office of Defense, Health, and Welfare Services in Washington. By serving the right foods every day, 3 times a day, you can help win the total victory. Hey, that's a nice tune, isn't it, Dr. Crosby?
What's a nice tune?
This one, listen.
I'm listening. That's a great tune, Carp. If the firm gets behind it, it ought to be a smash. Which brings us back to the Kraft Music Hall involving Ronald Reagan, Spike Jones and his City Slickers, John Scott Trotter, and at the moment, Mary Martin and Friend.
I'll be with you in apple blossom time. I'll be with you to change your name to mine. One day in May, I'll come and say, happy the bride that the sun shines on today.
What a wonderful wedding there will be. What a wonderful day for you and me. Church bells will chime.
You will be mine
in apple blossom time. I'll be with you
in apple blossom time.
I'll be with you
and change your name.
One day in May, we both shall say, happy the bride that the sun shines on today. What a wonderful wedding there will be. What a wonderful day for you and me. Church bells will chime
mine.
In apple blossom
Pursuant to our frequently outlined policy of spotlighting the talented individuals in John Scott Trotter's versatile organization, we turn to a brand new group that's recently been clicking solid with the Cats. This is a group under the barrel house baton of the regularly accredited drummer of Trotter's troupe. That would be Spike Jones, guiding genius of the much-heralded Spike Jones and his City Slickers. Slickers include such other Trotter regulars as Perry Bodkin, guitar and banjo, King Jackson trombone, also Don Anderson trumpet, Hank Stern on the tuba, Stanley Wrightsman piano, and vocals by Del Porter, formerly of the foursome. As music lovers know, the arrangements of Spike Jones and his City Slickers are so intricate in their contrapuntal refinements, so subtle, so gossamer sheared and lacy in their harmonic structure, that I have asked Spike himself to give us an example. Spike Jones and his City Slickers playing his recently recorded and soon-to-be released version of Little Bo Peep Has Lost Her Jeep.
Private Jackson had a girl he fondly called Bo Peep. Now Jackson didn't have a car, so drove by in a Jeep. They took a ride, the time flew by, and Bo Peep was in heaven. Still Jackson cried, Bo Peep, this Jeep's gotta be in camp by 11. So little Bo Peep has lost her Jeep and don't know where to find it. Her soldier boy took it back to camp and left Bo Peep behind it. It didn't have doors, the seats were hard, but Bo Peep never minded. It didn't ride like a Cadillac, she wondered who designed it. Roller coaster nearly killed her, aeroplanes, they never thrilled her. But with Jackson asked for wheels, she got that Jeep appeal. Now little Bo Peep wants to find her Jeep and find her soldier Chappie. If he comes to jugging his old Blitz buggy, Bo Peep will be happy. Now little Bo Peep, she lost her Jeep. Her boyfriend made an error. He let her drive. Goodness sakes alive, that Bo Peep, she's a terror. With throttle pushed down, she tore through town. The red lights didn't stop her. The soldier knew that they both were through when she sideswiped a copper. Little Bo Peep, she's lost her Jeep. Oh my, why must her joy end? Now little Jeep is laying in a heap, and the guardhouse has her boyfriend.
What happened there? The cornet player dropped his watch or something? That is really magnificent, Spike. That's the kind of music that will live. Full of such softness and such polish and finesse, such culture, such refinement.
What say, Lillis?
It looks to me like swing music's here to stay.
Sure is, Lillis. Wonderful world, wonderful world. The other day I went up to a farmer while he was milking his cow to ask him for the time.
What'd he say, Spike?
Well, sir, there he sat, a swinging and a swaying and a milking. And he says, 8 to the bar, Jackson, and she's sending solid.
Put the cover on the corn crib, Mother. We've shucked enough for tonight.
And the cover is on as Spike Jones and his City Slickers play Pass the Biscuits, Miranda.
In the hills of Tennessee, set beneath the hickory tree, there's an ornery rifle shooting mountaineer. He loves mountain views, and he also loves good food, and when he goes home to supper, you will hear, oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. I'm just as hungry as them. Pass the gravy, Mirandy. I need some sop to stop 'em in. Since 9 o'clock, I've been sitting on a rock, a-shooting everything in sight. I shot the boys and a dozen Barton boys. Shooting gives a man an appetite. Oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. Pass them and kiss me goodbye. They're so heavy, Mirandy. I feel like I'm a-gonna die. Then he heard a rifle crack, and a bullet hit the shack, and another broke the dishes on the shelf. So he grabbed his trusty gun, 'cause the battle had begun, and he knew that he must then protect himself. Oh, pass the biscuits, Mirandy. I'm a-gonna load up my gun. I'll use your biscuits for bullets. I'll put them varmints on the run. He poured a ton of black powder in his gun, rammed the biscuits into place. Then he took aim, oh my gracious, what a shame. Bang, the gun exploded in his face. That's a bandage, Mirandy. I know that I'm gonna die. Darn your biscuits, Mirandy. I knew they'd get me by and by.
It's Mary. I'm crazy about Mary. For Mary is plainly lovely. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Oh, Mary. Without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too, and make Mary mine. about Mary, for Mary is plainly lovely. When she's with me, I'm a happy guy. Oh, Mary, without her, I'm lonely. And if she will say I do, then I will too, and make merry. Oh, Mary,
Gonna make
Mary
mine.
Ronald Reagan, recently awarded star billing for his fine work in the Warner Brothers picture King's Row, is also soon to be seen in something called Juke Girl. These, with a picture called Desperate Journey, will probably wind up Reagan's film career pro tem, because on April 19th, Ronald Reagan joins the United States Armed Forces. Just what branch of the service you going into, Ronnie?
Well, after 5 years in the reserves, Bing, I'm receiving a commission in the cavalry.
Oh, that's wonderful. You know, I think they should give every man in the Army a commission.
Oh, Mary, how could they give every man in the Army a commission?
Oh, it wouldn't have to be much. Just a little something, say 30 cents a jap.
Too many guys willing to do it free.
Look, you being an ex-radio announcer in Big Ten football circles ought to qualify for you for a spot in, we'll say, like an observer in the air corps, huh?
Well, it's been over 4 years since I've been behind a sports announcer's mic, Bing.
Isn't that just like radio? Wasting a fine actor like you doing silly old sports broadcasts when they could have used you in those daytime serials.
Yeah, it would have been happy casting, too. Ronald Reagan's capable characterization of one of those happy-go-lucky, misunderstood citizens would fit admirably into any one of these exciting mid-morning matinees. Oh, in Fancy's Flight, I can almost hear the announcer now saying...
The makers of Vagabond Varnish for walls, floors, and pancakes present the dreary drama Heartbreak Hospice, the true-life story of Ronnie, Boy Exterminator. And remember, friends, if Vagabond Varnish doesn't give you a glossy finish and a fine glow, your hospital expenses will be cheerfully refunded. And now to Ronnie, Boy Exterminator of Heartbreak Hospice. Well, it seems like only yesterday that poor Ronnie drank potato bug spray, thinking it was orange pico. But don't worry, Ronnie is all right now. The police gave him the 3rd degree and pumped it out of him. And how about Ronnie's fiancée, Marva? Are her troubles never over? That is what Ronnie wonders as he says to her.
Martha, my darling, let me take you away from all this. The house seems so empty, so cold and drafty. Since the oil burner blew up.
No, Ronald. Here I shall stay. This is my home, and I'm stuck with it.
I tell you, Marva, you don't belong here anymore. Now that Claude has proven that John knifed Oscar after Henrietta's nervous breakdown, when Daphne told Murdo that Consuela had received the mysterious message from Paulette, telling Sharon that Fleetwood had secretly been operating a gin mill in Clarabella's backyard, right in the shadow of Mr. Grunsmere's counterfeit money plant.
No, dear, things really haven't been the same in Heartbreak Hospice since that night 20 years ago when I sent the grocery boy out on an errand, never to see him again. Come in.
Well, here I am.
Who are you?
Harvey, the grocery boy.
Where did you come from?
Finkel's Delicatessen. I have your liver, you remember?
After 20 years, you finally came back. What took you so long?
Who told me to hurry?
You must go now, Harvey. Marva and I want to be alone.
Why?
Well, can't you see Marva's mopping the floor?
Well, why don't she use a mop? She'll never get that grit out of her hair.
Oh, please go away, Harvey. Things are terrible at Heartbreak Hospice. Last week we had 15 catastrophes.
15 catastrophes?
Pretty bad, huh? 2 below our usual quota.
Who's that laying over in the corner?
Marva's grandpa.
Oh, I thought he was going to swear off.
He did swear off, but only off pretzels.
Marva, what about your Uncle Varicose?
Uncle Varicose was a vain man.
Yes. 2 days ago, he fell from a 12-story building. What happened? He was a flagpole sitter. He always wanted his own way, and the pole finally gave in.
Fell 12 stories, huh?
Yes, Uncle Varicose was terribly let down.
It could have been worse. His company was very efficient.
Efficient? How?
As he passed the 6th floor, they handed him his compensation insurance.
Good firm, good firm.
Sometimes I wouldn't know how to get along if it wasn't for Ronnie. Yesterday we had a short circuit, and he came and lengthened it.
Good boy, good boy. But from now on, Marva, you will share your troubles with me.
I'm sorry, Harvey, but I've fallen in love with Ronnie. So you must take back your liver and go. Go and never again darken my sofa pillows with your hair oil.
No, I won't let you make this sacrifice. I can see that it is him you really love. And besides, I'd rather go anyway.
Well, if you're so set on going, stop at the grocery store and tell them to send over a can of sardines.
Are you hungry?
No, the goldfish are lonesome. Harvey, do you hear that? Do you know what that noise means?
Faucet's dripping.
No, it means Ronnie is out in that storm.
Run for your lives! The dam has burst!
Just a minute. What dam has burst?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Thank you very much, Ronald Reagan. Mary Martin carries on now with The Way You Look Tonight.
Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, carrying my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Ooh, just the way you look
Very lovely, Mary. Now then, Ken, how do things look tonight to you?
Well, if the folks at your house like to sneak a bite between meals or at bedtime, you ought to know about Kraft's famous cheese food. Rich, yet mild Velveeta is the very thing refrigerator raiders love to find. Spread on crackers or sliced for sandwiches, this cheese food tastes mighty good. And mothers, it's okay. Velveeta helps supply valuable milk protein and milk minerals. It's an excellent food source of vitamins A and G. and digestible as milk. These days, all you patriotic women are paying particular attention to planning well-balanced meals. You're probably following the federal government's official food guide that lists all of the foods that can help make America strong. Being a dairy product, Velveeta naturally deserves a place in your menus often. But we suspect that Dad and Junior and Sister will still want their snacks no matter how scientifically you plan your meals. So again we say, for snacks, get Velveeta, the nutritious, digestible cheese food the whole family will go for.
Sing me a song of the island, my serenade that the trade winds know. Sing me a song of the island where hearts are high when the moon is low, where rippling waters seem to say, aloha, vae ahoe. Bring me the fragrance of ginger. Strum your guitar while I dream away. Sing me a song of the island. Aloha, vae ahoe.
Mele mai no kaina, Himeni no kamakanila, Mele mai no kaina, Aolina pu'ubai
where rippling waters seem to say, aloha, vae ahoe. Bring me the fragrance of ginger. Strum your guitar while I dream away. Sing me a song of the island. Aloha, vae
Before we close tonight's business, friends, may we congratulate station KFI on their 20th anniversary. Next Thursday, there'll be another meeting in the old Kraft Music Hall. And over and above our regular group, we'll have such distinguished guests as Captain Floyd J. Sweet of the Army Air Corps Glider Training Detachment. That's next Thursday. Till then, think about this. Whatever it is you're doing now, it's about an 8 to 5 shot that you're doing it because you want to. That's what this war is about, your right to do what you want to do. Unless this war is won, yes, and until this war is won, nobody's going to be able to do just exactly what he or she wants to do again. So we got to win. We're going to have to pack a heap of power, and it's going to take every man, woman, and dollar that we can scrape together. This is no small change job. This is it. So see your boss tomorrow. Tell him you want to double that dough that he's holding out of your salary for war bonds. There's no better time than right now to double up and beat the double dealers. See about that first thing a.m., huh? Good night.
Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
6:00. I'll have to hurry. Bob will be home all in a flurry.
Let me suggest macaroni and cheese, a dinner dish that's bound to please.
But, Mr. Grocer, I haven't time. Although your suggestion is very fine.
Oh, yes, you have. Just get Kraft Dinner. Cooks in 7 minutes. A surefire winner.
Yes, in only 7 minutes cooking time, you get delicious, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. One package serves 4. Yes, 4 delicious servings of swell macaroni and cheese. Get Kraft Dinner for hurry-up lunches, dinners. Get Kraft Dinner tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in the Kraft Music Hall next Thursday. The Rudy Valley Seal Test program with John Barrymore will follow immediately over most of these same stations from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Men of the armed forces, I've been asked to say a few words about our fascist enemies. The enemies we've got to smash if our world, our land of America, our kind of free and decent life is to survive. I don't say our kind of life in this country is perfect. There are things I don't like and things you don't like. A lot of things could be improved. But as one who has spent the last 8 years mostly in the totalitarian lands, I can tell you that what we have is infinitely better than what they have, or what we'll have if they win this war. The difference is this. They're slaves and we're free, but we won't be free unless we win. You hear a lot of talk that we're fighting to make this world a better place to live in, and of course we are. With Hitler and Hirohito and the little Duce out of the way, their murdering and plundering stopped, it follows naturally that it will be a better world. It will be a world with a little decency and human dignity restored to it, and that's very important. I've seen what happens to nations and peoples that Hitler conquers. I've seen how he destroys them with a brutality, with a ruthlessness that you have to see to really comprehend. It seems to me, therefore, that to begin with, we're fighting to avoid that fate for ourselves, to avoid being destroyed and being enslaved. We're fighting to survive and to remain free. And if that sounds to some of you a little academic, I would remind you of what happened, say, to the Poles and the French. I saw them destroyed and enslaved. And I'd rather be dead, and I think you would too, than to have that happen here. For some 3,000 years now, the military leaders have always emphasized that it's absolutely essential, if you're going to win a war, and you and I know we're going to win this one, that it's essential to know your enemies so that you're able to size them up, estimate their strength and weaknesses. In my small way, I'd like to try to do that today. In the past, we have often been guilty of underestimating our enemies. You remember those stories so current 6 months ago about those obsolete Jap planes and those miserable little pygmy Jap pilots. Like most Americans, I believed them then. One personal word here, if I may. I want to assure you that I am not one of those armchair civilians who has come to incite you men in uniform with a lot of fake atrocity stories about the enemy. The truth about him needs no adornment. In my job, I got to know something about our chief enemies, the Nazis. Those very able thugs, some of you no doubt, are going to get acquainted with before this war is over. About the main enemy, the other main enemy rather, the Japs, I have no first-hand knowledge. I know only what you know, that they're treacherous and cruel. If you remember the authentic accounts of the horrors they perpetrated in Nanking, when they captured that great Chinese city, you could not have been surprised at the story the other day of how they had bound 50 British prisoners in Hong Kong to stakes and then bayoneted them to death. It was not new. The Japs have been doing that in China for years. That's the kind of soldiers they are. The Italians are also among our fascist enemies, but the chances are you will not meet many of them in this war. Being, in my estimation, a rather decent people, their hearts are not in the war. They're mere prisoners of the Nazis. You know the story of the Italian and Frenchman who met on the border the other day. The Italian said, "How lucky you French are." "What do you mean lucky?" asked the Frenchman. "Why, in France," said the Italian, "you at least have an unoccupied zone." That leaves us our Germans to deal with, our Nazi enemies. And they're the boys who are out to conquer the world, including our world. Two things might be said about the Nazi Germans at the outset. First, they are out not only to conquer our world, but to smash it. Second, in attaining that goal, they will stop at nothing. Let me explain what I mean. Take the first point, the Nazi goal. You all know what Hitler has said in his book, Mein Kampf. There he states his aim bluntly. It is to make the Germans supreme masters of the globe. That is the Nazi objective. But it goes further than that. Hitler says the enemy is to be annihilated, not only conquered, but wiped out. Now, in this country, there is a lot of silly talk that aims to distinguish the Nazis from the Germans, the party thugs from the German army, which we are told is made up of nice, clean gentlemen. One of the greatest of our American writers has recently written a very moving novel and made it into a very successful play. And in all sincerity, he makes out a group of German army officers in an occupied town as very decent chaps indeed, as gentlemen who hate the dirty job Hitler has given them. In my own experience with the German army in Poland, Holland, Belgium, and France, I personally saw only 2 German army officers who hated the dirty job Hitler had given them. The rest were enthusiastic about that job, and they killed very cold-bloodedly for Führer and Vaterland, as they put it. After all, it was not only the Nazi toughs who admitted what they were trying to do. 3 years before this war broke out, the German army itself defined very precisely its aims in total war. They were published in the German military publication Deutsche Wehr. Let me quote. "Total war," said the German army, "means the complete and final disappearance of the vanquished from the stage of history." That, from the German military men who squeal like stuck pigs at the pinpricks we administered Germany after she was beaten in the last war. When we won, we didn't try to erase Germany from the stage of history. Instead, we, especially the Americans, tried to help her up on her feet. But if Germany wins this time, let's have no illusions. With a nice gentleman of the German army doing the dirty work, she will try to liquidate us completely. War, of course, is no sissy's game. But the Germans are always complaining that their enemies don't fight fair and clean. Well, let's see how the Germans fight. The slaughter of civilians, especially of women and children, has been frightful in this war, far worse than in any previous war in history. But it was no secret in Berlin that the mass killing of civilians was done very deliberately by the German High Command. It was part of the new total war, part of Hitler's calculated strategy of terror. Consider Warsaw. It was completely surrounded by the German army 2 weeks after the Polish campaign started. The fighting elsewhere was over. The city could not possibly hold out more than a few weeks. But Hitler wanted to give the Poles and the world a lesson. He knew there were more than 500,000 women and children in the city. And so he turned not only his bombers on Warsaw, but had his heavy artillery fire point blank into the city. The slaughter of women and children was indescribable. Was that an isolated instance? Well, consider what happened 8 months later. Hitler had invaded the West. The Dutch, instead of surrendering, as the Germans had asked them to do, were fighting. The German High Command decided to give them a lesson. It gave the order to wipe out the central part of the city of Rotterdam by a dive-bombing attack. Now, this attack was not carried out against Dutch troops. Only a few of them were in the city. It was a deliberate decision on the part of the German military command to slaughter not opposing troops, but helpless civilians. The Germans figured it would be so frightful it would induce the Dutch to surrender. And this strategy of terror succeeded. The butchery in Rotterdam will be remembered for 1,000 years. In that spring that Hitler threw his armies into the West, a bunch of American correspondents arrived in Calais or Dunkirk, I forget which. The town was in flames. But that wasn't what struck the newspaper men. What struck them was that on the quay, a long line of Red Cross ambulances had been smashed to smithereens by a German dive bomb attack. The wounded killed in their stretchers before they could be placed on ships. Goering's bombers had done it deliberately, for the pilots could easily see the Red Cross signs painted on the top of the ambulances. Later on, as we went into Paris with the German army, we found one of the reasons why the Germans refused to respect the Red Cross sign. They were abusing it themselves, and supposed that the French and the British were too. In a big German gasoline dump north of Paris, I saw myself scores of German tank trucks disguised as Red Cross ambulances. To avoid being bombed, these trucks carrying gasoline for Nazi planes had big Red Cross signs painted all over them. That was one of the ways that the German army fought. Well, for a while, it was an invincible army. Nothing stopped it. The French, for example, seemed paralyzed by the very sight of it. But our Russian friends have shown us that that German army is not so invincible. That good as it is, it can be stopped and beaten back. How did the Russians stop it? By doing three things, I think. First, by fighting. And the Soviet army was the first well-equipped army on our side which did stand up and fight in this war. Second, the Russians found the answer to the mechanized panzer attack. They learned how to defend in depth. They crushed German infantry and artillery, which came in behind the tanks. Third, the Russians found out what everyone knew all the time, or should have known, that much-advertised Stuka dive bomber is not much good when you put some fighter planes against it. Well, what the Russian army has done, we can do too. The time is late. The Germans are still strong. Their air force is immense, so is their tank corps. They still have a lot of fight and cunning left in them, and cruelty, and they grow desperate. Their increasing plundering and murdering in the occupied lands shows us that. But they can be beaten, and it will be our job to help finish them off. I thank you.
Soldiers, sailors, Marines, sound off. Greetings and salutations to you men of the United Nations. This is old Bouncin' Bill Goodwin on the firing line to sound off with the 4 top tunes you voted to hear on this session of Jam. By far the biggest majority of ballots went to the winners you're about ready to hear. And gang, you really skimmed the cream. Special Service, Los Angeles, USA has the stuff, so we'll take these diamonds in the rough and give them a whirl. Number 4, solid to the core. Fairly adored in the Caribbean region, we give you Daybreak with Tommy Dorsey's band, and Frank Sinatra knows all the words.
another new day. The mist on the meadow is drifting away, for it's daybreak, the sun's in the sky now, and flowers break through their blanket of blue. Sunrise, how lovely it seems to see from my window a sky full of dreams, as the white clouds sail on through the blue. At daybreak, I daydream of you.
Well, that was Mella as a cella, TD. Spin my skin, just look what popped up again. Somebody likes their kicks on the 8-beat side. 3 times this little jewel has sparkled on your tune parade, and now comes back as number 2. You should catch a glimpse at the votes pulled in from North Ireland for this western lullaby. A cowboy swinging along the dusty trail, giving out with that boogie beat. But wait, here's lovely Ella Mae Morse ready to sing the Cow Cow Boogie. And it's Freddie Slack's band with his tricky left hand.
Out on the plains, down near Santa Fe, I met a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he learned in the city. Come-a-tie-yip-tly-I, get along. Get hip, little doggies, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggies, and he trucked them on down the old fairway, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-tie-yip-tly-I, singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-out western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call a swing half-breed, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-tie-yip-tly-I. Get along, little doggy. Better be on your way, get along, little doggy. And he trucked them on down the old fairway, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way. Come-a-tie-yip-tly-I. Yip, yip, singing his cowboy song. Yip, yip, as he was juggling along. Yip, yip, he sings with a hollow touch. Yip, yip, that cat is just too much, singing his cow-cow boogie in the strangest way.
Well, gimme my spurs and cockleburs. Now, attention, men. If you like to spin, lap up the tricky arrangement of this sound-off special for your junction jump. Taking an old favorite carpet killer, Pancho added a dash of conga rhythm, and, man, the results are most palatable. Dig the tiger rag on a conga jag, the way Pancho and his orchestra dreamed it up. This is oil that'll make you boil. Take it, Panch. That one gives you more lift than a cup of GI Java. Now let me sprinkle your little eyes with stardust. One of the loveliest of your favorite four now sweeps in from our sugar store. The tune that easily made the #1 spot for today's romp session. Ballads, and I do mean ballads, from Algeria gave it that needed shove. So, gang, settle down and gander at the delicious teetotal. The tune I take the stump for don't get around much anymore, and the ink spots tell the story.
When I'm not playing solitaire, I take a book down from the shelf, and what with programs on the air, I keep pretty much to myself. Mr. Saturday Dance, heard they crowded the floor, couldn't bear it without you, don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd visit the club, got as far as the door, they'd have asked me about you, don't get around much anymore. Oh, darling, I guess my mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, why stir up memories, been invited on days, might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you, don't get around much anymore. than I guess. My mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, why stir up memories, been invited on days? Might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore.
Well, you picked 'em and we kicked 'em. So, gang, we twiddle our thumbs until you dig up some more gems for your sound-off swing session. Pick out a pet song, give it a pep talk, and corral all the votes you can. Then, send all ballots and votes to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. If you have enough to swing the election, why, man, you're practically in. Good luck, one and all. This is Bouncin' Bill Goodwin reminding you that Sound Off is presented for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for Plainsville. I'm Silver! Ahoy!
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto left Mountain City, They headed north, and they traveled slowly. For hours at a time, they stopped to give their horses a chance to graze and rest and regain their strength after the strenuous days of the past month. At last, when they came to a cool, green valley watered by mountain streams, they were 5 days from the nearest town.
I don't think many people have been here, Tonto. It's real wilderness.
Not right. It looked like Wild Horse Valley, where you find silver.
Yes, very much like it.
Maybe a few Indians around here. No one else.
Even those Indians would be friendly. They haven't any reason to be warlike.
Not right. How long we stay here, huh?
Well, it's nearly sunset. I think we'll make camp and spend the night. And we're not likely to find a better place.
Trees over there make good place for camp.
Yes, Kimosabe. And tomorrow we start out for Plainsville. We only got there in another week at the rate we're traveling.
We take plenty time.
Well, there's no reason for hurry now. Scout and Silver deserve a little easy going for a... Hello. That was a rifle.
Who got rifle here?
I don't know. Here, Silver.
Scout, you come.
That shot seemed to be fired from over there.
That way in woods.
I didn't think we'd have a... Hello, look.
You see him. Indian.
He's just standing there watching us.
Now him raise rifle.
He's going to fire into the air. Not up, Tonto. He's signaling to someone.
You hear him?
Yes.
And the Indian in woods. Many horse come this way.
Steady, big fella. Tonto, we're going to ride toward them. There's no reason for them to attack us. Maybe you can speak their dialect.
Me try. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto guided their horses toward the woods, scores of redskins appeared from the sheltering trees and joined the one who had fired the rifle. The Indians stopped, watching the advance of the masked man and his companion. 20 paces away, the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Hold, Scout. Hold, fella. Hold.
One of them is coming toward us.
Him hold right hand up. That mean him friend.
Man with fish behind mask.
He speaks English.
You come after long time. You bring more thunderstick?
No, I didn't.
You not bring?
I've never been here before. Was there another man who brought you guns?
Other man hide face. Can bring thunderstick. You hide fish. Why you not bring?
I've brought you something better.
What that?
Take me to your village.
What you bring?
Well, you must take me to your village before I can show you.
You wait.
Him talk to another Indian now.
Someone who wore a mask brought them rifles. Because I wear a mask, they think I'm here with more. Got to get to their village and look around.
That's right.
Got to find out more about this other masked man. We've got to find out how many rifles they have and where they came in from.
Somebody steal them from my army.
Yes, the guns are practically new. Somewhere in this part of the country, soldiers may be needing them.
You made promises to Indians.
Yes, I know.
You telling them you got something better than a rifle. What you show them?
We have field glasses in the saddlebag. We'll let them look through those. When they see the distant hills but close to them, I think they'll be satisfied.
That's right.
They're a primitive tribe, but they aren't savage.
Here come Indian back.
I hope they're going to take us to their village.
You come, you follow.
Fine. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Someone must have spent a lot of time with these Indians, Tonto. The leader's English is fairly good.
Well, maybe leader not live here all time. Maybe him live another place. Learn English there.
It's possible, but he doesn't show any indication of it. Something strange about this, Kimosabe.
Faster, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Following the Indians, the Lone Ranger and Tonto went deeper and deeper into the forest. The ground rose in a steady incline, and the trees became so dense that there was a solid cover of interwoven branches overhead. It grew darker with each passing moment. Then the trees ended abruptly. The Lone Ranger and Tonto looked out on a stretch of level land on top of the mountain, walled in by dense forest on all sides. Smoke rose from a dozen small fires tended by squaws who squatted on the ground. And there were many huts made of branches and skins with mud packed around the sides.
It's a permanent village, Tonto. I wonder how many people know that it's here.
Tonto never hear of it.
There aren't any signs that these people are fighters. And they seem to be hunters and quite contented. Look at the skins drying out over there. The Indian we talked to seems to be in charge.
Him leader. Now him come on foot.
I'll dismount. Steady, Silver.
Now you show big magic, like Thunderstick.
Yes, I have it right here. Just look through the glass. This magic brings the distant mountains close.
Big mountain close. Me touch.
You can't do that.
Now it go back.
Turn the magic this way. Look again. Now the mountain's far away.
It good, you come.
I guess we want him over, Tonto.
We go where him say.
Lead, we follow.
You come, this way.
The Indian led the way to one hut, which was larger than the others. He flung aside a heavy buffalo skin that covered the opening. In the dim light of the day that was almost gone, the Lone Ranger saw a pile of furs in the center of the hut.
You look.
The masked man leaned close and examined them. Then he breathed an exclamation.
Black fox pelts. There's a fortune here. These yours?
All Indian catch. You take?
I'm to take these?
You take. Me keep magic.
These pelts for the field glasses?
Me want bullet, too.
But you have bullets.
This all in village.
I see. I'll have to think it over, Chief. Will you leave us alone so we can make talk?
Me wait. Me wait outside.
He doesn't have more than half a dozen bullets, Tonto. The ones he held in his hand.
Somebody give him rifle, not many bullet.
My cartridges won't fit their rifles. Wouldn't be any danger in giving him a few just before we left.
That's right.
But that won't be until tomorrow. Tonight we'll look around and learn all we can about the people. We still have to find out where those army rifles came from.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto left the Indian village on the plateau the following afternoon, taking the furs with them. They made the trip to Plainville in 3 days, and then, just outside of the town, they stopped in a small woods near a stream of water.
We make camp here, Tonto. Steady, boy. I'm going to take off the mask and disguise myself, and I'll go into town.
Me unload first?
Yes. Make sure they're well hidden.
You think feller who take rifle to Indian come from Plainsville?
He was in Plainsville. I'm certain of that. That piece of brass we saw tied to a cord around the Indian leader's neck came from there. It's a check from the Plainsville Hotel.
And what you do in town?
I'm going to sell one of the pelts.
Oh, maybe that's plenty dangerous.
Why, Kimosabe?
Other fellow who wear a mask not want anybody else buy fur from Indian.
Of course he doesn't. I want him to know that someone has.
And then what happened?
I'm hoping that we'll find out who he is. It's our only chance. You buy furs in here?
Yeah. I do a little trading.
What do you think of this pelt? It's a good one.
Well, I'm not saying it ain't. The question is, how much do you want for it?
Well, what do you say to $10?
I say it's a deal. Here's your money right here.
Stranger, you loco?
What's the matter?
Letting that pelt go for $10.
Now, don't you go sticking your nose into this, Lefty. We made a bargain. Here's your money.
Fine.
Fine, he says. It's highway robbery, that's what it is.
I don't think so. There are plenty more pelts where that one came from.
Where's that?
The forest, south of here.
Did you trap that fox yourself?
No, I didn't.
Then who did?
Why should I tell you that?
Listen, mister, do you mean it? Can you get in any more pelts like this?
I may be getting some more.
I'll take all you get.
Well, I'll be staying at the hotel for a few days. Keep in touch with me.
I sure will, mister. I sure will.
That evening at the hotel, the Lone Ranger talked with the clerk.
You're sure there aren't any new army posts around here?
Well, there's Fort Benton to the east and Fort Hall to the south. But they're mighty long way.
Yes, I know.
Say, you're getting to be a popular gent around town, mister.
How's that?
Well, lots of folks have been dropping in to ask about you. Ever since you let Salters have that pelt for $10. If you got any more of them, there's plenty of folks that'd like to take them off your hands at that price.
Was that so?
Not just storekeepers, but... Oh, almost forgot. There's an old lady waiting to see you right now.
An old lady?
Mm-hmm. She handed me this note and told me to give it to you. Here.
Thanks.
I guess she'd like the fur neck piece.
Where is she?
Right over there in the parlor.
Excuse me, please.
the door.
So, we meet again. And again you're in disguise.
Sitting alone in the room was the girl whose face was still a mystery to the Lone Ranger. The girl who had aided him so often in his fight against the outlaw legion known as the Black Arrow. Now her face and her clothes were those of an old woman, but she made no effort to disguise her voice.
Please believe me, Lone Ranger. We've nearly reached the end.
The end?
The final end of the Black Arrow. Remember those days when hordes of men and outlaws met in caves?
Yes, I remember.
One man, his face always hidden, gave the commands. Do you remember?
Yes.
And then when most of the gang were trapped and turned over the law, there were the 5 organizers, ringleaders of the Black Arrow, against whom nothing could be proved.
Yes, I remember them well. 4 of them are in jail.
The first, a railroad man, and the next, a gold mine syndicate operator.
A Drexel.
And then the cattleman, and you saw him put in jail.
2 weeks ago, Jacob Webster followed him. There's just one left. His name is Bronson Page. I don't know how we're going to get evidence against him.
And he's the most important of them all. He's the man who had the inside track in Washington. The man who pulled all the strings.
He is?
Yes, and he's the man who gave the commands. The voice in the cave.
Bronson Page?
Yes.
Are you sure of this?
Oh, I know it to be the truth. He handled many purchases for the government.
Did he buy rifles for the army?
Oh, yes. You know how all 5 of those men worked together?
Yes.
And how the gold mine accounted for the huge profits? The railroads could handle all shipments, move the goods of the crooked organizations. Rifles and other supplies bought and paid for by the government were traded to Indians for furs.
But you, what brought you to Plainsville?
Well, one of our operators in Washington found letters addressed to Bronson Page. Those letters came from Plainsville.
And I have furs?
No.
But you didn't know that army rifles were given the Indians for those furs. And those rifles came from here, from Plainsville.
Well, you're so close to the end of the trail. You're close to Bronson Page. But no one has threatened him and lived. Please be careful.
Close to Bronson Page?
He's here.
Here in Plainsville?
Here. In this hotel.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In the parlor of the hotel, the Lone Ranger was told that Bronson Page, the last survivor of the Black Arrow organization, was not only in the town of Plainsville, but in the hotel.
I didn't see his name on the hotel register.
No, it isn't there. I don't know what name he's using, but I do know he's here. I saw him a little while ago.
Where?
In the hotel lobby.
Did he see you?
Oh, yes, but I don't think he recognized me.
Would he know you if you weren't disguised?
Oh, I'm sure he would. He's been in Washington a lot. He's had so many people reporting to him. Surely he knows about me and the work I've been doing.
And we'll have to...
May I come in?
Of course. This is a public room.
I have a friend with me. Step in, please.
That's Bronson Page.
Steady.
Come in, Lefty.
What'll we do?
Keep your gun ready. I'm going to have a talk with this man.
Right.
I understand you've been selling Black Fox pelts.
Oh, what about it?
Where did you get the pelt you sold?
Why?
I want to know.
What if I don't tell you?
I'll find a way to have my question answered.
Well, the one I sold was just one of many.
One of many?
You see, Indians have been hunting the black foxes. They're willing to trade.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to know where those Indians live?
Well, I would like...
Here, I'll draw a sketch for you.
Say, he's acting a heap different than I figured he would.
Let me show you. All right, here's a town, you see. Now, due south, about 5 days' travel, is a valley with dense forests on the hills to the east. If you can penetrate those forests and reach the top of the hill, you'll find a tribe of Indians in a permanent camp. Well, that's where the pelts come from.
You seem mighty anxious to explain this to me.
Well, you asked a question, I'm answering it. You're an Easterner, and I want to be sure you understand exactly where the Black Fox came from.
I see.
I think I made the location clear enough.
Seems to me you have, mister. And I don't know why. These men certainly aren't very polite.
Who are you?
Well, the lady's from the east. She's here to look up old friends. Just as you came in, I was trying to explain that her friend was outside the hotel. I saw him a little while ago.
Now, may I go?
Of course. These men won't stop you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Boss.
Let her go, Lefty.
Good night.
Good night.
The girl understood the Lone Ranger and hurried from the hotel. Outside, on the side of the building near the room where she had just met Paige, Tonto was waiting.
I was sure I'd find you here, Tonto. He tried to tell me to come here and meet you.
Oh, me here.
And he told me how to find the Indian village.
Army rifle there. Maybe that evidence against the Page feller.
Oh, so that's it. But it would take nearly 2 weeks to get there and back.
Wait. We go close to wind again. Hear what feller inside say.
Now, there's no use beating around the bush, stranger. I want information from you. You got the skins from that Indian village. And I want them.
I suppose you're ready to pay for them?
That all depends. I'll be fair with you. But I won't be stung. Is that clear?
Quite clear. You know what the Indians wanted for the pelts?
What?
Cartridges for the rifles you gave them the last time.
Well?
I didn't have cartridges to fit the Army rifles.
I suppose you didn't. So you didn't get all the fur after all, eh?
Well, not all of it. There's not much left.
You mean you have furs? What you...
They aren't in the Indian village. You see, I made a sort of deal with them.
What kind of a deal?
I'm to meet an Indian near town and get the pelts from him. Now, all I want is a good supply of cartridges.
I see.
Can you get them?
Maybe I can. Tell me where to find the redskin and I'll make a deal.
Where do I come in?
I'll see that you're taken care of.
I think it'll be better if we go together to meet this Indian. He wouldn't know you.
Oh, he wouldn't, eh? It's mighty funny, because I met those Indians once before.
This Indian wouldn't know you.
But I know...
Anyway, we're going to meet him together.
Well, come on, then.
Well, we can't meet him tonight. I'll make it tomorrow night.
Why not tonight?
He's going to meet me at Gopher Spring shortly after dark tomorrow night.
All right, then. I'll be there.
And so will I.
We'll divide the pelts after we get them.
We'll see.
Gopher Spring shortly after dark tomorrow night. I'll be there.
Did you hear that, Tonto?
Me hear it.
Paige has admitted being in the Indian village and giving them Army rifles. Did the Lone Ranger know that you were going to hear what he said?
Him tell Tonto stand close by.
Then he wants you to be at Gopher Spring tomorrow night.
That's right.
And have the pelts to meet Paige. So we had to make a plan on the spur of the moment. He's tried to tell us what we should do.
And we do our part.
Later that night, 2 figures crept through the hall on the hotel's second floor. One whispered softly.
Hold the knife ready, Lefty. When I get the door open, throw it straight at the bed. Understand?
Sure.
No sound at all. With him out of the way, we'll deal directly with the Indian tomorrow night.
I'm ready. Get the door open and keep it quiet.
Right.
Bronson Page gripped the latch of the door to the Lone Ranger's room and moved it slowly, a fraction of an inch at a time. There was not the slightest sound, not even the creak of a hinge as he pushed the door inward. When it was half open, Lefty saw the form beneath the blanket on the bed. Cold steel glittered in his hand. He started forward, but suddenly...
Somebody coming up the stairs. Come on.
I got time to throw it.
This way, down the back.
Yeah.
It was a good throw.
Hit him square.
To your room. To Tomorrow we'll meet that Indian at Gopher Spring alone.
Gopher Spring was in a clearing about a half-mile from town. Surrounded by woods, it was an ideal secret meeting place. Tonto went there shortly after sundown with the furs. He concealed them in a thicket and then sat on the ground beside the spring and waited, but not for long. Presently, 2 men rode up with their saddlebags bulging.
Oh, there, boy. Steady. There's the engine.
Hey there, Ensign. You waiting for someone?
Me wait for feller with mask.
Oh, I'm here in this place.
Me not know you.
Hold on. You're supposed to have something with you. Where is it, Redskin?
Me got it.
What do you have?
Me got fur. Plenty good fur. Meet here and make swap.
I don't see the furs.
That right. And me not see mask man.
Boss, you got the mask you use in your pocket. Why don't you put it on?
All right, I will. Now, wait, Indian. I'll show you the mask if that's all you want.
You show.
1 minute now. There. Now, do you remember me?
You feller who bring thunder stick?
Yes, of course.
Now you got bullet?
Right here in these saddlebags.
Me see 'em. You show.
Unpack them, Lefty. Show the Redskin the cartridges.
Last time we get bullet, them not good. Me be sure these bullet good.
Last man didn't have the right kind of cartridges.
Yeah, and take a look at these cartridges. These are the ones you want.
How me be sure?
Now, look here, Indian. These are the right kind of cartridges.
Army bullet?
That's what these are.
You prove these Army bullet.
How in thunder can I prove it?
Where Army these come from?
There's no Army near here. These came all the way from the east.
Maybe them not good.
Of course they're good. Besides, I haven't seen the furs yet. How do I know you've got them at all?
You look in underbrush. Find fur there.
Take a look where he's pointing, Lefty.
Right, I'll see if he's telling the truth.
Fur there, all right.
Here they are, boss.
Now bring them out. Let me see them.
There's a heap of them here. As many as we got the last time.
Good.
You got more bullet?
Hey, look at these. These are dandy pelts, boss.
Me want more bullet.
You've got 4 saddlebags full of them. What more do you want?
Want more. Where you get more?
Stand ready, Lefty.
I savvy.
Indian, are you ready to make a deal?
Me ready.
Can you speak for the chief, or will you have to see your friends before we make a deal?
All other Indian in village.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
What you do?
Can't you guess?
All right, Lefty, let him have it.
I wouldn't.
Oh, my hand, my gun hand.
Fix him. Wait. That's what you need.
Get on your feet, Page. You're not hurt. For you, Lefty, my bullet never touched your hand.
Who are you?
I'm the man you tried to kill last night.
Not you.
The one at whom Lefty threw the knife. Too bad for you that I wasn't in the bed.
That mask. You're the Lone Ranger.
I'm the second masked man who called on the Indians and traded furs with them.
The Lone Ranger. Boss, this is the one that was...
The one that spoiled everything I started.
At last, Page, we've found the man who gave orders to the members of the Black Arrow. The man who bought rifles and ammunition for the Army and shipped them to his outlaw legion.
Now, wait, I can explain everything.
When the Black Arrow was smashed, he traded the supplies bought for the Army for furs.
I've wanted to talk to you. I'll make you rich. I'll make you powerful. If you and I work together,
There's one thing I want, Page. And that's to see the end of the Black Arrow. You're the last of the Legion.
All right. What are you going to do with me? What can you prove?
You've kept yourself well guarded, Page. But this time you're finished. Come on out, Marshal.
We're right on the job.
Here's the law, Page. These men heard you admit trading supplies that belong to the Army. The woman you saw in the hotel last night has already sent other lawmen to bring some of the Indians from the village.
Yes, and those redskins and the rifles you gave them will be more evidence against you.
We wanted to be sure it was you who called on those Indians. You admitted it was.
Hang it all. He suspected we'd make a play tonight from last night. Didn't you?
I knew you'd try to get me out of the way, and you could make your own deal for the furs.
Get the handcuffs on those 2 boys. We'll take them away for keeps. On top of everything else, we can prove attempted murder.
Marshal, here's a fortune in Black Fox furs.
Yeah, I know. I reckon they're yours.
Well, they were trapped by the Indians. They belong to those Indians.
What'll we do with them?
Sell them. Take the cash and buy things the Indians need. Send teachers and missionaries into the Indian country. Build schools and churches to settle the West.
I'll see that it's done.
Well, Tonto, we're through in this part of the country.
Scout and Silver, ready to ride.
Take those 2 into town, boys, and if they try to escape, shoot them.
There was a woman.
Where is she?
She gave me a message for you.
Oh?
She's going south. She said not to try and find her. Maybe someday your trails would cross again.
I see.
She said to tell you she'd sooner not say goodbye. When the time comes that she can help you, you'll hear from her again.
Thanks, Marshal. I wonder when that will be. Steady, big fella. Hello, fellow.
Me ready.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike sets up a panel of 4 experts willing and able to take on all questions. For every question used, Lucky Strike will reward you with $10 in defense stamps. If the question is muffed, you get a total of a $50 defense bond plus the 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. Now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please continues as before, a completely impromptu and spontaneous program. Tonight, our massive intellect consists of our 2 regulars, Franklin P. Adams and John Kieran, and to make up the quartet, we introduce our old friend Jan Struther, creator of Mrs. Miniver, and one of the world's great biologists, a worthy bearer of a great name, Julian Huxley. I might mention, by the way, that over in London they have an Information Please, too, which they call the Brain Trust. And it's true, Mr. Huxley, that you're one of the regular members of the Brain Trust.
That's right.
Do you see any difference between the way in which we run our Brain Trust and the way in which you run yours over there so far?
Well, I gather that we do more discussion and you have more straight questions.
Well, we'll see. We may give you a chance to do some discussion before the evening is very much older. We'll begin, Mr. Huxley, with a rather funereal question, if that's all right with you, coming to us from Mrs. Joseph M. Bryan of Everglades, Florida. From your knowledge of familiar songs, tell me who rested in the following ways. Who rested in the old churchyard? In the old churchyard. This is a burial question. Mr. Kieran.
The old churchyard in a corner, something in a lone, Sweet Alice. Lies under the stone.
That's correct, yes. Very good. And who was being informed of that fact in the old song?
Ben Bolt.
Ben Bolt, yes. In the old churchyard in the valley, Ben Bolt.
By Thomas Dunn English.
By Thomas Dunn English is right. How about someone who rested over the sea in an old song, Miss Struther?
My bonnet.
My bonnet, yes. And who rested by thy murmuring stream? By thy murmuring stream. Mr. Kieran.
My Mary.
My Mary, yes. Can you give us the
Sleep
line?
by thy flow gently, sweet afton, among thy green praise.
Yes. Now, Mr. Huxley, how would you discuss a thing like that? You see? I'm afraid we're much more simple over here than you are over there. Finally, who rested in the billowy wave? In the billowy wave. Mr. Adams.
Titwillow.
Yes. First name? Tom. Oh, wasn't it a Tom Tit?
A little Tom Tit.
Yes. First name Tom, last name Titwillow. Quite right. What is the line that would give us his final resting place? Can you remember it?
And he... something, sigh and a something and a gurgle he gave, and he flung himself into the billowy wave.
Yes, that's approximately it. Plunged himself into the billowy wave, and an echo arose
From the suicide's grave.
And so...
Titwillow, Titwillow, Titwillow.
Yes, that was Mr. Adams' solo. Here's one from Frank L. Martin of Arlington, Virginia. Now, let us suppose that 3 male admirers are courting their girls, and these girls are all girls in the animal kingdom. They are not human. The first one waves a large claw in the air. The second offered a package of food as part of his courting. And the third showed his intended building material. Who in each case would be doing the courting? Mr. Huxley.
First would be a fiddler crab.
What would he be doing again?
He'd be waving his large colored claw in the air.
Yes.
With one large one and one small one.
He keeps the small one hidden?
He keeps the small one to eat with. The female has 2 small ones.
And no large one?
No large one.
And what does the female fiddler crab do when she sees this large claw being waved at her? Does she wave back?
No. She keeps it to herself, but sometimes she gives in.
I see. You've apparently watched this sort of thing going on in the course of your career. The fiddler crab is right. What's the female of the fiddler crab called, by the way? Is there is she called a fiddler crab, too?
That's right.
Very good. Now, how about the second, who offered a package of food?
That would be an impid fly.
I beg pardon?
That would be a fly of the family Impidae.
Would be offering what?
Offering a packet of... He'd offer another insect wrapped up in a silken cocoon to his mate.
An insect smaller than himself. Must be a very, very tiny one. And would the spider also offer food to his mate? Intended mate, shall we say?
Not generally, no.
Well, I don't... Over here on this white card, it says the spider does do that. I don't know. It says that the spider often carries a fly in a highly edible condition around to attract his his mate.
He may do it sometimes, but the impid flies do it regularly.
You have me there, Mr. Huxley. I'll bet that's true. Those little impid flies. All right. Now, what the third would be showing building material to his sweetheart.
Well, quite a lot of birds do that. Penguins do that.
Penguins?
Yeah.
They do? What sort of building material do they offer?
Stones.
Really? That's a fine thing to offer. Yeah. Stones.
And there was a man who studied the penguins in the Antarctic, and the penguins, they don't always restrict themselves to their mates. When anything interesting strikes them, they go and offer stones to them. And he said he was so embarrassed the first time a male penguin offered him a stone.
Well, are these penguins who don't make any distinction, are they the more intelligent or the less intelligent penguins who offer these stones variously?
I think average intelligence.
Average intelligence? Well, very good, Mr. Huxley, on that. I see that you've spent your life to some advantage. Here's one from Mrs. M.C. Bowler of Minneapolis. I'm going to test your knowledge of some quotations. Who, according to a familiar quotation, was all tears, was all tears. That's all I'm going to give you in the way of a hint. Does it ring a bell? Mr. Huxley.
Niobe.
Very good, yes. It's, what's the source of the quotation? However, the answer is correct. Niobe. It's from the first soliloquy of Hamlet. He's describing his mother. Remember that, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, that's right.
A little month or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. I think it's very good, Mr. Huxley, getting that. That's not too well known. Now, who, according to a familiar quotation, was all mimsy, M-I-M-S-Y, Miss Struther?
The Borogoves.
Yes, the Borogoves. Mr. Huxley?
The Borogoves.
Borogoves.
Borogoves. You shouldn't put in your R that way.
Very sorry.
All mimsy were the borogoves and the mome raths outgrave, of course, and that means, Miss Rutherford.
Pass that.
This is your chance to tell everybody what the line means. No one ever has discovered what it does mean. Who was all for one?
What's that?
Who were all for one? Mr. Adams.
Equity.
A very true and very good answer. Mr. Kieran, is there another?
Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan.
Yes, the three musketeers, all for one and one for all. It is the motto of equity, though, isn't it, Mr. Adams?
So I've heard.
Never occurred to me. Very good. Finally, who was all forlorn? All forlorn. Mr. Huxley?
The milkmaid.
Yes, that's correct. This is the maiden all forlorn who milked the cow with the crumpled horn. Do you know why she was all forlorn, Mr. Huxley? Do you have any idea? Did it come to mind at all? I mean, this is one of those things you might want to discuss.
Because it rhymes with horn.
Because it rhymes with horn. Yes, I should say. Discussion is very primitive over here. Nathan Fine of Brooklyn sends this one in. I think we ought to get all on this. What national organizations are now using these catch sentences on their advertising posters? These are slogans. Defend tomorrow, today. Defend tomorrow, today. Who's using that slogan? A very good one, and a very good organization that uses it. To wit, the Boy Scouts of America. The Boy Scouts of America, Mr. Brother and gentlemen, that's one wrong. Here's another. If you can't go, give. If you can't go, give. Mr. Adams.
Sounds like the USO.
No, it would be very appropriate.
Red Cross.
The Red Cross is right, Mr. Adams. Yes, the American Red Cross War Fund, particularly, is using that slogan now. You buy 'em, we'll fly 'em. You buy 'em, we'll fly 'em. Mr. Strummer.
That's for defense bonds.
Yes, for the government defense bonds and stamps. Well, that sends one defense bond, a $50 one, to Mr. Fine, plus a set of the Britannica. And sends us on to this question from Daniel M. Kelleher, Jr. of Winthrop, Massachusetts. Who are these military men? They're all fictional characters. The first is, we'll begin with a private, Private Terence Mulvaney. Private, we have four hands on that. Miss Strother?
The character out of Kipling's stories about the three privates in the British Army.
Yes. What are those stories called? The whole collection.
Soldiers 3.
Yes. And who are the other two?
Leroy
Very good.
and...
Mr. Kieran?
Stanley Orthrus.
Yes. Leroy comes from what county, Miss Strother?
Yorkshire.
Yes. And Orthrus? Mr. Huxley?
From London.
Yes. Yes, he's a Cockney. Major Dobbin. Major Dobbin, Mr. Kieran.
Major Dobbin is the faithful friend in Vanity Fair.
Yes. Very good. Major General Stanley. Major General Stanley, Mr. Adams.
Major General Stanley is the man that sings a patter song in the Pirates of Penzance.
Very good. That's quite right. And Captain Gooding. Captain Gooding, Gooding, Mr. Adams.
Captain Gooding is the boy that was spoken to in perhaps in the first stanza of Yankee Doodle.
Yes, I don't know whether it's the first or not, but it's certainly one that most of us don't know.
Close to the front.
That's right. Father and I went down to camp along with Captain Gooding, and there we see the men and boys as thick as hasty pudding. I don't think most of us remember that verse, Mr. Adams. I think it's very clever of you.
They do in my set.
That may be so. Edith Sorensen of Van Nest, New York, sends this one in. Get 3 out of 4. And it's going to be a musical question, Mr. Strother and gentlemen. And each of these compositions that you hear played, there are going to be 4 of them in all, should suggest some scientific occupation. Let's see if they do. Mr. Kahn, let's have the first. Mr. Kieran.
A geologist.
Yes, why?
Rock of Ages.
Yes, very good. Rock of Ages, cleft for me, and so forth. Did that not occur to any of you other brilliant wits? Mr. Adams, it did?
Yes.
You just didn't want to say. I know how it is. Very well, let's have the second. Mr. Adams, you seem affronted.
Don't know what the tune is.
You don't know what that tune is?
No, sir.
Oh, a very familiar tune, Miss Strother.
I know the tune, but I don't know what it suggests. La cucaracha.
Yes, doesn't it suggest any kind of scientific occupation to you, Mr. Kieran?
An entomologist.
Yes, an entomologist.
Oh, yes,
Of course. La cucaracha, Mr. Huxley, this is more or less in your line.
Z cockroach.
Yes, the cockroach. It's part of the province of an entomologist, isn't it, to
That's
know
right.
something about cockroaches? Not only entomologists. Very well, now the third. Shouldn't be surprised if we needed Mr. Levant here this evening on this one.
He wouldn't know that.
He wouldn't know that? You mean that's too familiar, Mr. Adams? Well, does
Even
it...
I don't know it.
Does it come to you, Mr. Kieran?
I don't know what the song is.
Well, it's Saint-Saëns, Danse Macabre.
Oh.
Well, and that would recall what sort of scientist, Mr.
An undertaker.
Well, yes, an undertaker, hardly a scientific occupation.
Anthropologist.
Yes, or an anatomist, let's say, having to do with skeletons. Well, that gives us one wrong. We have to get the next one right. Go ahead. Miss Strother?
Chiropodist.
Why do you say that?
The flat foot floozy with the Floyd fly.
Very good, and I congratulate you on your mastery of our language, Miss Strother. Well, now, so far, Lucky Strike has paid out just one $50 defense bond, and that means one set of the Britannica. Now, Mr. Cross, always a believer in order and logic, reminds us of the importance of putting first things first.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in choosing a cigarette, it's of first importance to make sure of fine tobacco. For clearly, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And that's why year after year at tobacco markets below the Mason-Dixon line, the makers of Lucky's consistently pay the price to get the milder, better-tasting leaf. For example, at auctions in Tabor City, North Carolina, season of 1939, the American Tobacco Company paid 30% more for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 30% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And that crop, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Luckies 2-to-1. Mr. Fadiman, have I shown that it's worthwhile to smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke?
Mr. Cross, you've rendered a very complete accounting of the reasons, and in only 58 seconds. Now, Miss Strother and gentlemen, we'll go on with the second half of the program. Here's one from Hollywood, California, from Bernice Cornell. It's about famous ifs in poetry. Let's get 3 out of 4. I guess Mr. Roosevelt would call this an iffy question. It's full of ifs. If it were done. If it were done, Mr. Kieran.
If it were done, when 'twere done, then 'twere well that 'twere done quickly. Hamlet.
Yes.
Yes, Hamlet.
No, Macbeth.
Macbeth.
Very good. What is Macbeth thinking about?
He has a little matter of murder on his mind.
That's right. Which he disposes of pretty quickly. That's a very famous sentence in a famous speech. Now, here's another if. If all the land were apple pie...
And all the something
Sea
were
were ink.
drink.
Ah, you all do remember that. Can you go on with it, Miss Strother and gentlemen?
And all the,
What
should
should
we
we
do
do
for
for
we
drink?
have to drink.
Yes, a little ragged. And all the trees were bread and cheese. What should we have for a drink? Who wrote it, Mr. Adams?
Anon.
Anon is right this time. Here's another if. If love were what the rose is. Oh, we have 3 hands on that. Mr. Adams.
Swinburne.
Swinburne is right. How does it go on? Do you remember the rest of the if?
Oh, there are several stanzas, and they all begin with if. If
That's
you were
fair
April's
enough.
lady and I were Lord of May is another one.
That
If
gives
love
us...
were like the roses.
That's the one.
And I were like the leaf.
That's good. Our lives would grow together in sad or singing weather and so forth. And what's the poem called, Mr. Kieran?
Match.
A Match. Very good, by Swinburne. Here's another if. And if sometimes our conduct isn't all your fancy paints, Mr. Kieran.
Single men in something barracks don't grow into plaster saints by Rudyard Kipling.
Yes, the poem called?
That's Tommy Atkins.
Tommy Atkins, yes, very good, Mr. Kieran. Well, that gives us all 4 ifs out of 4. You're doing very well this evening, gentlemen. Now, how about this from Robert Pollock of Brooklyn? This is a question about heredity. I'm going to pose some questions about resemblances of children to their parents. Let us take the case of Mr. and Mrs. A. Mr. and Mrs. A are both blue-eyed, and they'd like a little variety in their home. That's what it says here. The phrasing is a little odd. I mean, they hope to have a brown-eyed baby. You see, they're both blue-eyed, and they hope to have a brown-eyed baby. Now, what are the probabilities of their hopes coming true? Mr. Huxley?
Well, none, unless they were one or other of them was a candidate for Reno.
I see what you mean, yes. Almost immediately, should we say. Why would the chances
You really
be
don't
slim?
mean Mr. and Mrs. A. My folks do you?
Now, Mr. Huxley, why would the chances of having a brown-eyed baby resulting from two blue-eyed children be rather slim? Could you explain briefly to us?
Well, because the blue eye is what is called a recessive and the brown eye a dominant, and you can be brown-eyed and yet have blue in the background, so to speak, so that it can come out in the children.
Yes.
You can't with the blue.
Very good. All parents who are listening in who have eyes that are blue and would like a brown-eyed baby, just out of luck. Now let us take the case of Mr. and Mrs. B, just to get away from your folks, Mr. Adams. Now, Mr. and Mrs. B are both brunettes. They're both brunettes, and they're very anxious to have a blonde-haired baby. What's the probability of their wishes coming true? Can anyone, Mr. Huxley, you help us out again?
Well, it's perfectly possible.
Yes, it is quite possible. Why?
Well, for the same reason, for the opposite reason that we had over the blue eye.
But I can't carry that in my head. We had that only 30 seconds ago. You want to rephrase it for us, Mr. Huxley?
Because you can be a brunette and yet have the hereditary factor for blonde in your constitution, and if each of the parents had that factor, then 1 out of 4 children on the whole would be, on the average, would be blonde.
Well, that's fair enough. Very good, and I think very clear, Mr. Huxley. Now, how about another one? This is the sad case of Mr. and Mrs. C. Now, Mr. and Mrs. C are both very short, and they've been pushed around most of their lives, being very small people, and they're looking forward to having a big, strapping son. Now, I know the chances are Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, what do you know about
The chances are not only tremendous, they happen.
You say that with some feeling.
I know it's so.
You know it's so? Yeah, so what, that is very true. The answer that Mr. Adams gave is correct, but Mr. Huxley, you know as well as I do that Mr. Adams hasn't the slightest idea why. Mr. Kieran?
I don't think that size is inherited with the genes.
Mr. Huxley, can you help out Mr.
Yes,
Kieran on that?
it's inherited, but it's a good deal more complicated than the blue versus brown.
Yes.
Also, it's much more easily modified by diet and environment.
Yes, so that perhaps is the important point. The diet and environment might produce tall children, Miss
Right.
Mother.
It's a matter of blue jeans, that's what it comes down to.
Oh, come. Have you been mulling that over in that lovely little head of yours all evening?
Just thought of it.
Well, the point is that this possibility is perfectly reasonable that the short parents would have a very tall son. On the other hand, they might have a short one, too, or they might have a daughter. Or they might try and just not have anything at all. You can't tell. Now, here we have a question from Paul Rowell of Fayette, Idaho. Get 2 out of 3 on this if you can. I want you to name the character in fiction, literature, a character who seeks to plant evidence of guilt for his crime upon the following people. The character who seeks to plant evidence of guilt upon a weaver. Upon a weaver. Who is that? Any idea? Mr. Adams?
Is the weaver bottom?
No. That throws you out of the game, then. All right. There's another weaver, not quite as well-known as Bottom. In Silas Marner by George Eliot, the character William Dane tries to plant the guilt of stealing the guilt on Silas Marner. Remember that? Who is a weaver and a miser? Well, now, name the character who seeks to plant evidence of guilt upon 2 grooms. 2 grooms, Mr. Kieran.
Mr. Macbeth.
Yeah. No, I beg your pardon. That's not quite right.
Well, his wife did.
Ah, yes.
Lady
Well, we should make a distinction, I think. Lady Macbeth goes back after Macbeth says...
Smears the faces of the posset drug groom.
Ah, well, you really know it, Mr. Kieran. I take it all back. It was just a little slip. Yes, Lady Macbeth does the smearing of the faces of the grooms, but the actual murder is done by Mac himself. Now the character who seeks to plant evidence of guilt upon a village drunk. Upon a village drunk. A drunk, in our language, Mr. Huxley. What do you call them over there?
Drunks.
Yeah, drunk. Yeah. How about that? Don't know, gentlemen?
Rip Van Winkle.
No, wrong, Mr. Adams. I'm awfully sorry. It's Injun Joe and Tom Sawyer who kills young Dr. Robinson in the graveyard, and then he puts the bloody knife into Muff Potter's hand. Remember that? Does it come back to you at all? Well, I think it should. Mr. Kieran, does come back to... Well, that's good. 1 out of 2. That's enough. That sends us on to a question from Mrs. Milton Sen of Philadelphia. Name a specific ingredient which is responsible for the difference between these substances. Raisins and grapes. What makes the difference, Mr. Huxley?
Well, there's more sugar in the raisins.
I think not necessarily. I don't think that's what makes the distinctive difference, Mr. Adams.
A raisin is a grape that is dried.
So what ingredient, or the lack of what ingredient, makes the difference?
Water.
Yes, I think water is the simple and correct answer. How about the difference between bread and toast? What's the ingredient that makes the difference, Mr. Kieran?
Heat.
No, the ingredient. Heat is certainly the condition. Yes, Mr. Huxley.
Water.
Some water is removed, but what more important change takes place when bread is converted into toast? Mr. Kieran?
Well, you have carbon formed there.
Yes, you do have a little burning, but what I was thinking of was that the starch is changed to dextrin. When I say what I was thinking, I mean I can read that off this card that I have here. It says the starch is changed to dextrin. I think we have to call that wrong. Now, how about cider and vinegar? What's the difference? What ingredient's responsible for the difference, Mr. Huxley?
Well, acetic acid versus alcohol.
Yes, acetic acid in vinegar is the thing that's added. I don't know if there's alcohol in cider in all of its forms, is there? I say that hopefully.
Yes, in all forms.
In all
if
forms?
it really deserves the name of cider.
Ah, well, I guess some that I've drunk doesn't deserve the name of cider, then. Here's one from Mrs. L.C. Upshaw of Laurel, Mississippi. Can you give the first and last words of a line of poetry? No, I'll give you the first and last words, and you give me the whole line. Get 2 out of 3 on this. Here's the first word, O, and the last word is enow. What's the whole line of poetry? Mr. Huxley. Miss Strother.
A wilderness for paradise enow.
Yes, very good, from the Rubaiyat. Here's the first word, when. The last word, spent. What's the line? Mr. Adams.
When I consider how my light is spent.
Very good, Mr. Adams. And what's the line from?
On Milton's blindness.
Yes, very Milton.
On his blindness.
Yes, very good, Mr. Adams. That's not an easy line to remember. And here, in this case, the first and last words are the same. The first is roll, and the last word is roll. Mr. Kieran?
Roll on, thou dark and deep blue ocean, roll.
How does it go from there on? Remember?
Time writes no wrinkles on thine azure brow. That's part of it?
That's part of it, yes. 10,000 fleets sweep over thee in vain from Childe Harold by Byron. I guess that's all we'll have time for. And now Mr. Cross points out that besides the government stamp on every package of Luckies, there's another sort of stamp that's most important, if quite invisible.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the stamp of approval of independent tobacco experts. At auctions all over the South, these experts see just who buys what tobacco and the prices paid. And they show their approval of the tobacco sold American by their own overwhelming preference for Luckies. In fact, sworn records show that among independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, Lucky Strike has twice as many exclusive smokers as have all the other cigarettes combined. The reason's clear. These experts know that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, because at market after market, year after year, they see us consistently pay the price to get the milder, better-tasting leaf. For example, at auctions in Franklin, Tennessee, season of 1939, we paid 24% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. At Conway, South Carolina, 35% more, and so on. And that crop properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Luckies 2-to-1. Smokers, since you know that in a cigarette it's the tobacco that counts, isn't the stamp of the tobacco expert's approval definitely worth acting on?
Thank you, Mr. Cross. This evening, Lucky Strike has paid out two $50 defense bonds and 2 sets of the Britannica. Thank you, Miss Strother and Mr. Huxley, for lending your talents to Lucky Strike's party tonight. Now, next week, we'll have Mr. Kieran, Mr. Levant, Mr. Adams, and as our guest, the impeccable Adolphe Monjou, whose most recent screen vehicle you'll know to be Roxy Hart. Remember, for every question answered correctly, the sender gets $10 in defense stamps, and for every question that stumps our board, you get a total of a $50 defense bond, plus the complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, is based on characters in the full color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest and most interesting comic supplement, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million children who enjoy the best artists and cartoonists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly. Remember, the Comic Weekly is to be found in your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim and his companion, the mysterious Mr. Smith, are captives on a secret Nazi island in the Caribbean. Jim, realizing that the American armed forces are completely unaware of this camouflaged air and sea base so close to its shores, makes a desperate attempt to send out a wireless warning. He and Smith overpower their guard, get to the wireless shack on the edge of the concealed flying field, and send out an alarm that is immediately answered by our ever-alert Coast Guard. However, before Captain Sloan of the Coast Guard cutter Dolphin will relay the message, he radios back asking for confirmation. Just then, the door of the wireless hut is flung open.
So what have we here?
Von Airman, finish the message, Jim. Finish it.
No, my friends, you will not finish.
He's wrecked the sat.
Yes, Mr. Bradley. Now you both will be so good as to come with me. I assure you that this time you will not be treated so well. Come.
Don't resist, Jim. He'll kill you. Okay, Smith. Now that we've sent our message and we know that these vermin will be taken care of, I feel too good to wrestle with a 45.
Good you feel, huh? Well, I'm going to spoil your happiness, Mr. Bradley. Oh, yes. Now start walking. You too, Mr. Smith.
Hey, where are you taking us? This isn't the way back to our cozy little prison.
Perhaps we shall not need a prison for you any longer, Mr. Bradley.
What do you mean?
I mean that you, Mr. Smith, and your accomplice, Mr. Bradley, are going to die for your little job tonight.
The more of your phony threats, Von Ehrman?
I do not make statements which I cannot follow through, Mr. Bradley. As you will discover to your soul. Why are you laughing? You feel it is so funny that you're going to die?
Oh, no. I was just thinking. This is probably the first time that a man ever walked to his own funeral.
Jim.
A double funeral at that.
Your companion, Mr. Smith, is obviously insane.
He was sane enough to wireless the location of this sweet little death trap island of yours, Von Ehrman.
Oh, that is what you were laughing about. Yes, it's very amusing. Very amusing. In a moment it will become even more so.
Well, who's crazy now? This Nazi here is happy to know that this island of his will soon be blown off the face of the earth.
No. You're wrong.
Just stick around and see, Count. Wait and see.
There will be nothing to see. Because here. In here, both of you.
You were saying...
There will be nothing to see because your message will never be believed.
Yeah, if it makes you feel better to think that, go right ahead.
I not only think that, I have the power to make it the truth. Enter.
Another wireless room.
You did not think that we would take the chance of having only one.
Oh, now I begin to see what our friend here is driving at, Smith.
Good, Mr. Bradley. You're very quick.
I don't understand.
You may tell your friend, Bradley.
Von Ehrman intends to send a second message, telling the Coast Guard cutter that the first one was a fake, and asking them to ignore it. Oh, I see. Then all our work will have been wasted.
Exactly. You see, we picked up your other message and know its contents word for word. That is how we discovered what your game was.
There's only one thing you've overlooked, Ehrman.
And that is?
The fact that even if they believe the second message, their suspicions will have been aroused, and they will make some kind of an investigation. Yes, that's right.
No, my friends, that is not right. Because I will make sure that their suspicions are completely allayed. You see this code book here?
Yes.
This code book was found aboard an American patrol plane which my flyers shot down only this morning. The message will be sent in secret United States code. Your message was sent in Morse International. Which message will be accepted? Mine or yours?
Oh, he's right, Jim. They'll never believe ours now.
Well, Mr. Bradley, why don't you laugh now? This is not so amusing, huh? To begin, to make you even more unhappy, I will allow you to listen to what I'm telling them. I'm saying, ignore all previous messages. Messages work of enemy agents, attempting to lure U.S. ships and planes into German trap. This is official. Take note. And I shall sign it, Mr. Smith, with your secret identification number. 625 RT. Smith.
How do you know what that is?
As I have told you before, it is our business to know.
Jim. Yeah? I just wanted to know if you were all right. Can't see a thing in here. It's so dark. Oh, I'm all right, Smith. Oh, come on, boy. Chin up. We failed, didn't we? Well, we tried hard. That isn't enough. Here we are locked up. Probably going to be executed tomorrow morning. We'll have to die knowing that we failed. That a regular powder keg of German military planes is waiting to explode all over our coast. I know, Jim, but what can we do now? That's what's been running round and round in my brain for the last 2 hours. Since Ehrman had us sent back here and locked us up again. What can we do to stop him? Coast Guard might still consider our message worth investigating. Slim chance of that after that second message to disregard ours. And an official and secret code. If we could get out there again and get another message through on the wireless. No, Smith. It wouldn't work. The wireless set is now under heavy guard. No. We'll have to go back to my original plan. As wild as it was. Original plan? Yeah. To steal a plane and run for it. Think we can make it? Well, we can try. Anything's better than sitting here in this room waiting for them to come and execute us tomorrow morning. All right, I'm with you. Listen for the guard. Right. I have a small mail file in my pocket. They didn't think it worth taking away from me, but a great deal can be done to a door lock with a little nail file. I don't hear anyone outside, Smith. All right, then I'll begin on that lock. Pretty hard in the dark. Can't tell exactly what I'm doing. Have to feel my way. Any luck? It's a simple lock. I ought to have it in a second. There. I've done it. Good. Now, very easy on the door. Open it slow. Slow now. Right. Look. There's the guard at the end of the hall. Yeah. His back is to us. I'm going to get him with a flying tackle. You wait here. All right, good luck. Get him before he can cry out. I will.
Was ist los?
Oh, I got him. Come on.
Ich werde es schon zeigen, verfluchter Schweine.
Will you take that? Good work, Jim. Good work. Here's another door. Now, Oh, it's locked, too.
I'll go to work on it. You go back and make sure the Nazi is going to stay knocked out.
I'll tie him up and put a gag in his mouth. Hurry up, Smith. Every second counts.
Yeah.
There they are. 4 good planes with their engines warm and filled with gas, we hope. And we can't get any nearer with those mechanics hanging around.
And any second they're going to discover that guard tied up and give the alarm.
Let's run for it, Smith.
Oh, they'd shoot us before we went 10 feet. They're all armed. I've got a better plan.
What?
I'll start running behind the machine shop there. That'll attract their attention and give you a chance to get away in one of the planes.
Would I leave you behind to their tender mercies? Well, I should say not. We leave together or we don't leave at all.
Oh, don't you understand, Jim? It's not for you that I'm doing it. It's for our country. You can carry the warning.
So can you. I'll lure them off the field.
Now, wait a minute, Jim. You can fly a plane. I can't. Now get ready to go. As soon as I get them off the apron of the flying field, you get a plane and get away.
You're a great guy, Smith.
Huh? Oh, no, Jim. Just an American. Well, so long.
Good luck. I'll be seeing you again.
Maybe. Here goes.
Los! Alarm treten!
Wait a minute. What was that? That officer came out of the machine shop over there and called the men off the field.
Hey, they're leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too good. Now, Smith, we go together.
There. The last one just went into the building. This is our chance. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Climb aboard. Hurry.
Yeah, right.
Give me your hand. Let me help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That's it. Okay, here we go.
Open her wide. We've got to get a good start before they come after us.
She's wide open now. Anybody seen us yet?
Yeah, there they come. Swarming out of the machine shop, onto the field.
Boy, we're really lucky. This is one of their fastest pursuit ships. In a few seconds, we'll leave that field. And the island's so far behind...
Jim, wait a minute. The other 3 planes are taking off after us.
Well, they're not any faster than this one. We've got a slight lead.
Here they come. They're firing at us.
Well, we're out of their range by a small margin, and we're going to keep that way. We ought to pick up the main one in about 2 or 3 hours. But we'll be back, you heinies. We'll be back. Any sign of the Nazis, Smith?
No, not a trace. They turned back 20 minutes ago.
Good. They were in the clear and headed back to the good old USA.
Certainly going to feel good to step down on American earth again, Jim.
Real good.
And you know that... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Up ahead, that plane. She's coming right for us.
Good night. And I thought we had shaken them off. Hey, wait a minute. That's an American plane.
What?
See the insignia on the wings?
Hey, what's he trying to do?
Uh-oh. He spotted our insignia. Those swastikas, they're attacking.
Well, dive. Dive for the water, Jim. There's no way to tell him we're friends. And if we don't get away, he'll shoot us down.
Jim, diving to escape the machine gun bullets from one of our own planes, pushes his stolen Nazi ship down faster and faster. Will he be able to escape, or will he crash into the sea? Fate plays strange tricks. Don't miss the next thrilling adventure of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow his other adventures among the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. No other comic supplement can give you such top-flight cartoonists as Billy DeBeck and Otto Soglo and Walt Disney, and the all-star favorite cartoons such as The Little King, Jiggs and Maggie, the hilarious Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Flash Gordon and Prince Valiant. Join the millions of men, women, and children who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. cooperating with the City College Civilian Defense Council, brings you a broadcast in the Saturday series outlining many facets of our war effort. A series we think every New Yorker will find of real interest in these days when science plays such a large part in supplying our war needs. Our studio guest this morning is Dr. C.W. Cutler, Junior Chief of Emergency Medical Service in Manhattan. And he will be introduced by Professor Benjamin Harrow of the City College Department of Chemistry. And here is Professor Harrow.
In war, as in peace, the services of the physician are indispensable. In war, as in peace, the physician takes his place as the healer, the repairer. He has the distinction of never being a destroyer. Today we have the pleasure of having with us a distinguished physician, Dr. C.W. Cutler, Jr., who is the Chief of Emergency Medical Service, Manhattan, and who will speak to you on medicine in the war.
War is the business of the day. In one way or another, every one of us is involved in it. One and all, we are preparing and working for victory, and sacrifice of comfort and convenience are a necessary part of the effort. We are rationed on sugar now. Soon, other luxuries may be curtailed in all probability. How will all this affect us? Our young men are going away to the Army and Navy. How will their health be protected? And how will they be taken care of if they are sick or injured? We live in a target zone where someday bombs may fall and people will be hurt. How will they be cared for? We know what is being done by shipbuilders, by airplane manufacturers, by the makers of guns and tanks. But what are the doctors doing? Do they realize their responsibility? Are they on the job? The medical profession knows well that modern warfare, with the invention and development of new machinery of destruction, is today more menacing to the lives of combatants and civilians than ever before in the world's history. And medicine is meeting the challenge. The profession of medicine has long recognized the essential and important nature of its services in wartime. Long before the outbreak of the present conflict, the medical profession was preparing itself in various ways to meet any such emergency. Not only were investigation, research, and the training of doctors in the care of injuries constantly in progress, but a great many physicians elected to join the Medical Reserve Corps of the Army and Navy and to receive active and continued training in preparation for such an event. As the likelihood of war became more apparent, and when the conflict at last broke out in Europe, the profession's efforts in the direction of preparedness were redoubled. Under the auspices of the National Research Council, the most renowned medical scientists from all parts of the country set to work with increased energy upon research problems. These problems had to do with the investigation of foods and their caloric and vitamin values to determine the most effective rations for the Army and the civil populace. With the intensive study of drugs, particularly those likely to be of value in the prevention of infection and in the treatment of wounds, they were much concerned. Further study was undertaken on the control and prevention of epidemics and the measures of defense against chemicals and gases. Much research also was being done on the best means of treating wounds, burns, hemorrhage, and shock, and on the preparation of blood and blood plasma, and methods of their preservation for use in wartime casualties. In preparation for the part that doctors would inevitably have to play in the event of war, the medical profession began almost 2 years ago the process of organizing to meet the emergency. The American Medical Association, as a national body, and its subsidiary organizations in each state and county, began a program for preparedness. Each member of these organizations was questioned to determine his ability and capacity for military and civil service. And by determining the individual status of each doctor in his community, it was sought to decide which men could be used most effectively in the armed forces, in civil practice, in hospitals, in teaching, and in industry. This work was well on the way to accomplishment when the first draft call for a citizen army was issued. At this point, the first direct services of medicine to the armed forces of the nation began. It is necessary that every man selected for military duty be given a thorough medical examination before entering the Army or Navy. And this was done and is still being done all over the country by the medical examiners of local draft boards and induction boards and by the specialists serving on medical advisory boards. Every man is thus assured of acceptance by the armed forces only if his health is excellent. Moreover, in those instances in which remediable defects prevent a man from serving his country, the profession undertakes to rectify those defects by appropriate treatment. Once inducted into the service, the selected man comes at once under the observation and care of the Army or Navy physicians. A great many doctors have by this time been called into active service and are prepared to give the soldier or sailor the best care and attention of which medical progress and science is capable. He is at once protected by inoculation against smallpox and typhoid. His illnesses are promptly cared for. The sanitation of his environment is under the supervision of trained medical personnel, well equipped to prevent and control epidemics and prepared to cope with diseases incidental to his service, even the unusual tropical diseases to which he might conceivably be exposed. These doctors in military service, both those of the regular Army and Navy, and those drawn by this time in large numbers from civil life, are now ready not only to care for the fighting man during his period of training, but also to render him skilled aid if wounded in combat. Trained surgeons ride the ships of war, and there are hospital ships and many fine naval hospitals on land. The Army has organized its medical personnel from the very front line of battle to the rest areas of the rear. The injured soldier is first cared for by the medical personnel of his company and battalion, transported to the rear by ambulance company, and receives skilled medical and surgical attention in field hospital and evacuation hospital close to the battle area. Farther to the rear, the general hospital undertakes reparative work and restores him to convalescence. The doctors who serve these organizations in the Army and Navy now number many thousands. The duty of the medical profession, however, is not limited to its service to the armed forces. In this war, as never before, the well-being of the civil population must be the profession's essential concern. In this field, too, the doctors have been busy in preparation for wartime emergencies. Throughout the nation, and particularly in the vulnerable seaboard areas and large cities, organization of the profession for civil aid has been perfected. The hospitals have been prepared for the receipt and care of numbers of patients should enemy action produce casualties. Their staffs are trained and ready. There are emergency field units of doctors and nurses, ready at any hour of the day or night, fully trained and equipped to respond quickly to a call in case of a catastrophe. In such an event, the injured will not only receive effective care at the scene of the disaster, but will be rapidly transported to the hospitals prepared to receive them. Plans have been made, too, for the evacuation of sick and injured and of children from areas subject to enemy action. And both during transport and at their destination, those requiring evacuation will receive the best care that the profession can afford. It is the medical profession's responsibility, individually and through its public health officers, to protect the civil population against epidemics as well as injuries, and this it is prepared to do. Those doctors who have not been called into military service have been in many instances engaged in perfecting the organization of emergency medical services, of receiving and giving training in first aid procedures, and in preparing against any likely civil emergency. The medical profession is better prepared today to care for the injuries and illnesses that come in wartime than it has ever been in the past. It has profited by the experience of doctors in other nations at war, and many of our physicians have gone abroad to help and to learn at first hand how better to care for our own people. It has learned much, for example, concerning the treatment of the patient in shock, and this calamity can now be managed with considerable accuracy and effectiveness. It has learned the value of blood plasma and certain drugs in this condition, and has equipped itself with adequate supplies of these necessary materials. The treatment of acute hemorrhage has also been materially improved, and the development of better means of preserving blood for transfusions and organization of blood banks help to diminish the danger to the wounded individual from this source. A great deal, too, has been learned about the treatment of severe burns, and some of the older and ineffective methods of treatment have been abandoned in favor of the aseptic protective methods now successfully employed and generally accepted. Great strides have been made as well in the treatment of all sorts of wounds, particularly in regard to their early care and the prevention of dreaded infection. It is established beyond question that the operative removal of all dead and damaged tissue and the judicious use of the sulfanilamide type of drugs can be counted upon to reduce infections to a minimum. This is particularly important and applies with special force to the wounds in which injuries of bone have occurred. The appropriate treatment of such wounds and early fixation of the break, either by internal or external means, now results almost invariably in a sound and satisfactory healing where in the past a limb would almost surely be lost. The infections particularly dreaded in the past have been tetanus or lockjaw and gas gangrene. Tetanus may now almost certainly be prevented by the proper use of an injection of toxoid or antitoxin. Gas gangrene has ceased to be a grave menace owing to the use of the sulfanilamide type of drugs, and there are means, both surgical and by X-ray, of combating it if it should develop. Internal injuries, especially of the intestines, and operations on the intestinal tract have lost many of their terrors for the surgeon by reason of the fact that the sulfanilamide drugs or certain modifications of them have shown their ability to prevent or control peritonitis and to render the contents of the intestines relatively clean and harmless. Recent developments in the technique of brain and of lung surgery have much improved the chances of the patient suffering from injuries of these organs to survive and be restored to health. Plastic surgery, too, has made great strides in the restoration of the body's surfaces to an approximation of normal, even after seriously disfiguring injuries. The ability developed by orthopedic surgeons in restoring bones and joints to usefulness is little short of amazing. The growth of aviation has required the development of an entirely new branch of medicine. Physicians have had to learn how to determine the ability of men to undergo the strain of combat flight. It has had to meet such problems as the changes of respiration and circulation, and in the nervous system, occurring in high altitudes and in great degrees of cold. Specialists in this particular branch of medicine are now serving with the Army and Navy, and our flyers are protected and guarded by their efforts. Over and above all of this wartime preparation, the essential functions of the medical profession must go on. Its activities in research cannot be abandoned or halted. The training of new doctors must not be curtailed. The protection of workers in industrial plants is now more than ever important. The ordinary work of hospitals must be continued, in spite of the depletion of their staffs by the entry of many doctors into the Army and Navy. Above all, the care of the sick and injured among the civil population must not be neglected. With all of the new burdens that war has brought to the medical profession, it must continue its accustomed service to the people of the country, remembering its traditional endeavor to cure sometimes, to relieve often, to comfort always.
Thank you, Doctor. Your city station, cooperating with the City College Civilian Defense Council, has brought you a program in the Role of Science in War series. Our speaker has been Dr. C.W. Cutler, Jr., the chief of the medical service in Manhattan, the emergency medical service, and he was introduced by Professor Benjamin Harrow of the City College Department of Chemistry. Copies of this discussion on medicine in the war are yours for the asking, as well as copies of past broadcasts in this series. You may obtain them by writing to the City College Civilian Defense Council, 139th Street and Convent Avenue, enclosing 10 cents. This is the Municipal Broadcasting System.
The Treasury Star Parade. Without Saul Goodman and his orchestra, the Scala Cantorum, under the direction of Hugh Ross, and Mr. Henry Hull in H.S. Kraft's dramatic monologue, The Bishop of Minster.
This is Henry Hull, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the transcribed programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Today, I'd like you to make a little visit with me back, oh, so far, back into the year 1938. We're in a quiet, old-world church in a quiet, old-world town. The soft light filters down on the bowed heads of the congregation from a dozen or more lovely stained glass windows. The altar is banked with flowers, for this is Easter, and this is the cathedral of the Bishop of Minster. The bishop himself, white-haired and benign, sits with slightly bowed head as the music of the organ fills the cathedral and the choir begins to sing.
We are in a church, and yet those few notes of music penetrate the walls, and there is a restless movement in the congregation. For despite Nazi terror and tyranny, the voice of victory is heard throughout Central Europe, even in Germany itself. It may be the voice of a widow in whispered protest against the useless death of her husband, the voice of a child resisting the commands of the new teacher, the voice of a worker slowing up the manufacture of the tools of death, or it may be the voice of a parish priest, or even a bishop, tired of note-writing diplomats, unable longer to endure the endless, senseless suffering. The bishop rises and steps forward to his pulpit, stands quietly for a moment before he speaks.
For many years, I have stood before you preaching the Word of God. Each Sunday, I spoke a sermon, and each sermon had a text. But today I cannot preach a sermon, nor can I cite you a text. The words I have written will bring you no comfort. I want to talk to you rather than preach to you. I come to you in the full warmth of confession, for now I know that you, who have so patiently listened to me these many years, now you are my leader. Last Sunday, in the prayer to God for the care of the ill and the weary, for the maimed and the tortured, for the oppressed and persecuted, we bowed our heads and prayed for the sons of Israel. We prayed the Almighty in His omnipotence to be merciful to the Jews of our fatherland in their misery of body and soul. On that Sunday, your Bishop of Minster was visited by the police. He was informed that unless he refrained from including the Jews in his prayers, certain punishment would follow. Today, I pray not for the Jews. I pray for the German people. It may be the last prayer that you shall hear. I cannot be faithless to my God and my Lord. I cannot belie these holy sacraments. I pray for those hundreds of thousands whose bodies still rot in the concentration camps of this state. I pray that the millions who stand on foreign battlefields will lay down their arms. I pray for victory for the orphan and the widowed of this country, and for the homeless of those other countries whose people have been enslaved. And I pray for this church and all other churches, that they shall remain open to the people, that they shall always be able to come here and find rest and solace and protection within these walls, in the benevolent shadow of these saintly images. In its highest sense, the church is a physical and spiritual salvation. It cannot and must not accept a state that is ruled by murder and assassination. The word of justice can find no response in the brown hearts of those who proclaim against freedom of thought. But let them know we can make no peace with a state that marches its youth to death, its workers to hunger, its women to slavery. We can make no peace with this state until we can once again maintain the simple dignity of our daily lives. They will torture us and imprison us as they have the pastors of the Protestant church. They will accuse us of foul crimes as they have the leaders of the Catholic Church. They will try to silence us and close these doors so that you who protest against the law of blood can find no meeting place. But let them know that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor things present, nor things to come, shall separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus, our Lord. I ask you to remain quiet. The police have arrived. They that make the boast of the law through breaking the law, dishonoring God. Friends, farewell. I shall not be alone. Along with the thousands of brave German workers, with poets, statesmen, with all the nameless millions who have died and who are yet to die before this regime falls, I take my place. We are the people. We are Germany and Austria and Bohemia and Greece and Poland, and they, our rulers, are the enemy. Pray not for my liberation, but for the liberation of a great people. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Fire! He restoreth my soul.
Yes, the voice of victory is heard inside Germany, proclaiming defeat for Hitlerism, as it is heard throughout Europe in every occupied country. This year, there were no Easter services in those countries. In Norway, the Nazi-controlled government placed the clergymen under arrest to prevent their preaching. There is no school in Norway because the teachers have resigned rather than teach Nazi ideology. And over 2,000 of them are under arrest. But that will change. It must change. And that is our job. If ever there was a people's war, this is it. A war for freedom. We no longer call United States bonds defense bonds. They are now war bonds and war savings stamps. Buy them. Join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever you work. War bonds and war savings stamps are the best way of investing in and safeguarding the future of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hello there, men. Here's that show of yours again, Command Performance, coming this time from Hollywood, USA. Tonight's the first letter ailmerited itself from the Canal Zone, and it's signed by the Panama Jungleer, and it says...
Just mention us guys at Howard Field, will you? And how's about an earful of our favorite movie star, Miss Jean Tierney?
Your wish is the entertainment industry's command, fella, and here she is, glamorous, gorgeous Jean Tierney.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and greetings to the finest fighting men in the world. The talent appearing here tonight makes the studio look like the lobby of the Chinese theater, with all the footprints filled. So here we go. First, for a fellow who never expected to wind up in Panama when he saw the Broadway hit Panama Hattie last year, we present the young lady who stole his heart in that show and who is now one of the season's outstanding successes here in Hollywood, Miss Betty Hutton.
Life was so peaceful at the laundry. Life was so calm and serene. Life was très gai till that unlucky day I happened to read that magazine. Why did I read that advertisement when it said, since I rumba, Jim thinks I'm sublime? Why, oh, why did I ever try when I didn't have the talent, I didn't have the money, and teacher did not have the time? Boy! Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. I had a week to spare. He showed me the groundwork, the walk-around work, and told me to take it from there. Arthur Murray then advised me not to worry. It would come out all right. To my way of thinking, it came out stinking. I don't know my left from my right. The people around me can all sing a 1 and a 2 and a 3. But any resemblance to waltzing, it's just coincidental with me, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. And so I take a chance. To me it resembles a 9-day tremble, but he guarantees it's a dance. My tango resembles a 2-step. Marumba makes people turn pale. The conga goes into a goose step till the FBI is a dog on my trail, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. Maybe the stars were wrong. If I ain't a menace to Ruth St. Denis, I'll do it till one comes along. A turkey trot or gavotte, I don't know which, I don't know what. Jitterbug, bunny hug, long as you cut a rug. Walk the dog, do the clock, Lanny hop to your drop. Ball the jack, back to back, cheek to cheek to your week. You've heard of Pavlova, well, Jack, move over, here comes the queen of the day.
Thank you, Miss Betty Hutton. Thank you, Miss Betty Hutton. Each week, Command Performance brings to the armed forces the latest sports news, hot from where it happened. Tonight, our sportscaster is the man who was America's unanimous choice to play the part of the late Lou Gehrig, and his life story now being produced here in Hollywood. I give you the Academy Award winner of this year, one of the world's finest fellows any year, Gary Cooper.
Thank you, Gene Tierney. And hello, fellas. The big talk in sports today is the opening of the Major League ball season. Being privileged as I am to play the part of the immortal Lou Gehrig in the new picture, The Pride of the Yankees, you'd expect me to hand the 1942 American League pennant to the New York team. Well, I won't disappoint you. Bill Dickey felt the same way about it when we talked together on the Lou Gehrig picture. Now, Dickey's out to catch 100 games for the 14th consecutive year. Quite a record for a kid like Bill. Of course, as you know, there's a shortage of kids in Major League ball this year, and more than one old-timer is trying to work the kinks out of his legs for a comeback. For a while, I wouldn't have been surprised to see old Babe Ruth himself back in uniform. Right now, the Babe is taking his licks against a bullpen pitcher named Pneumonia, and from latest reports is more than holding his own. Behind the Yankees in the American League, I'll take the White Sox. That is, if their sound locators pick up a hard-hitting outfielder. Now, they have the best pitching in the league, led by two aging but effective hurlers, Thornton Lee and Ted Lyons. For third, I'll take Boston. Fourth, Detroit. And fifth, the Cleveland Indians. The Indians don't have much of a team left, but the Cleveland fans must chuckle to themselves when they think of a Jap facing a hand grenade tossed by rapid Robert Feller. In the National League, let's pick the St. Louis Cardinals. Command performance is not heard in the USA, so I'm out of reach of any pop bottles that any loyal Dodger fans might heave at me. Besides, we're saving glass these days. After the Cards and the Dodgers, I like the Reds and the Cubs for third and fourth. What's left, you fellas rate for yourselves. And however it goes, just remember this, fellas. As Private Joe Lewis puts it, your team can't lose because it's on God's side. And all of us back here are confident that when you boys get set in your positions and the Axis comes up to bat, they'll go down, brother. 1, 2, 3.
Our thanks to Gary Cooper. And welcome to this letter from a Red Cross nurse somewhere in Australia.
Dear Command Performance, before leaving the States, I heard Arthur Q. Bryan on the Jack Benny Show. The same Mr. Bryan who used to wow us on the Grouch Club. I think he'd be just what the doctor ordered for a couple of my patients. What say?
We say if those patients of yours aren't in stitches already, they will be any minute. For here he is, Arthur Q. Bryan as Raymond Radcliffe, assisted by Paul Douglas.
Greetings, soldiers, sailors, and marines. And the pretty little nurse in Australia who seemed to think I was what the doctor ordered. Believe me, I'm certainly glad to find somebody in the service wants me.
Well, what do you mean, Raymond? Why shouldn't somebody in the service want you?
Oh, look me over, Mr. Douglas. Would you call this a fighting form?
No, not exactly, but surely there's some place you could fit into.
Well, that's what they thought first at the recruiting office. So they placed me in the parachute troops.
Parachute troops?
Right. They sent me up in an airplane to practice parachute jumping. We got up to 11,000 feet, and the pilot told me to jump. So I jumped.
Yes?
I counted 10 and then pulled the whipcord.
You pulled the ripcord and floated like a bird to the ground.
I pulled the whipcord and unraveled my wet flannel underwear.
Oh. Well, how about the anti-aircraft fire?
Well, just as I began to feel the cold, the boys down below started to make it hot for me, and they opened fire on me. It was colossal.
But didn't they know you were up there?
Mr. Douglas, those boys take no chances. They're right on the job.
I know that, but I don't get this idea.
Mr. Douglas, they thought I was a wimp.
Oh, well, I suppose that ended your days with the parachute troops.
That's correct. After that, I was put into the cavalry.
Cavalry? Do you know anything about horses?
Oh, that's a silly question. I know everything about horses.
I suppose you were brought up on a ranch?
I was brought up on Santa Anita racetrack.
Oh, you mean you played the horses?
It was not play, Mr. Douglas. It was business. I had systems.
Yes, I've heard of systems, and none of them ever fail, it says here.
Well, I remember distinctly one system that I used. You may try it if you like.
Well, I'm going into this with my eyes wide open. What was the system?
Well, before I placed a bet on a horse, I looked at the track, I looked at the trainers, I looked at the jockeys, I looked at the horses, I looked at the weather, and I looked at the odds.
And what happened?
I got looked.
Let's see what... maybe we'd better get back to your attempts to get into the service. I suppose you were kicked out of the cavalry.
Literally, Mr. Douglas.
I think I see what you mean, Raymond.
Well, was it my fault if the horse was slippery?
The horse was slippery?
Well, he must have been. I kept sliding off his wump.
Please. Well, all right, that ends the saga of Raymond Radcliffe in the Army.
Not on your wife. As soon as I was able to get off my feet again, they made me a messenger in the artillery.
Finally, something you could do.
Absolutely. But, Mr. Douglas, the very first time I delivered a message, I had trouble with a sentry.
What happened?
Well, Mr. Douglas, it was a dark night.
Yeah?
Black as pitch. Suddenly, I am confronted with a sentry.
Yes?
I am looking into the nozzle of a Springfield rifle.
A rifle? What did you do?
I said, "Hey, sentry, don't you know it isn't proper to point?"
What did the sentry do?
He said, "Halt, advance and give the order of the day."
The order of the day? Did you give it?
Absolutely. I said, 2 fried eggs, lamb chops, and French fried potatoes on a blue plate.
What about the sentry's rifle? Wasn't it loaded? I said, what about the sentry's rifle? Wasn't it loaded?
Sure, but I wasn't afraid.
Why?
I was loaded, too.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Arthur Q. Bryan. Now for Private First Class L.J. in the land of the Shamrock, and for Corporal M.J.S., now of the Canal Zone, but formerly known as the Jitterbug King of Tallahassee, Florida, the Boogie-Woogie Bugle Boy of Company B, very solidly sent by those 3 sweethearts of the armed forces, the Andrews sisters.
was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was the top man at his craft. But then his number came up and he was gone with the draft. He's in the army now, a blowing reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. They made him blow a bugle for his Uncle Sam. It really brought him down because he couldn't jam. The captain seemed to understand, because the next day the cap went out and drafted a band. And now the company jumps when he plays reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. A toot, a toot, a toot-a-toot, he blows it 8 to the bar. In boogie rhythm, he can't blow a note unless a bass and guitar is playing with him. He makes the company jump when he plays reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. He was the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. And when he plays boogie-woogie bugle, he was busy as a bean. And when he plays, he makes the company jump 8 to the bar. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. Toot-toot, he blows it 8 to the bar. He can blow a note if the bass and guitar isn't with him. The company jumps and he plays reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. He puts the boys to sleep with boogie every night, and wakes them up the same way in the early bright. They clap their hands and stamp their feet, because they know how he plays. When someone gives him a beat, he really breaks it up when he plays reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B. And the company jumps when he plays reveille. He's a boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B.
Thank you, Andrew, sisters. And thanks to Ray Noble and his orchestra for assisting you and the other vocal artists tonight. Now, in response to a bevy of requests from every section of the world where Uncle Sam has armed forces, the incomparable Edgar Bergen and the incorrigible Charlie McCarthy.
Mr. Bergen, I want to talk to you.
Yes?
It's very important this time.
Well, what is it, Charlie?
It's about a slight touch.
Oh, I see. A slight touch?
Yeah.
You mean you have a cold?
No. Slight touch of 50 cents.
Oh, I see.
Will you cough up?
I see. But, Charlie, you have no right to ask people for money unless you have been of service to them.
Of service?
Yes.
Well,
Well?
you've been working pretty steady lately, brother.
I see.
Anyway, I'll do you a favor sometime.
But, Charlie, your whole attitude towards money is wrong.
Well, I guess it must be. I'm not getting any.
You mustn't expect to receive things for nothing.
No?
Now, I remember as a very young boy...
Here we go.
I learned that lesson from the story of Pied Piper.
Pied Piper?
Yes.
You mean a plumber with a snootful?
No. Pied Piper of Hamelin.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Would you like to hear the story?
No.
Well, I'll tell you.
Oh, we are in luck, aren't we? Yeah. Let's humor him.
Yes. Once upon a time...
Oh, it has original beginning, hasn't it?
Yes. In the little town of Hamelin, you see, this town was overrun with rodents.
Rodents?
Yes.
Rodents? What's rodents?
Oh, rats.
Well, you don't have to get nasty.
Well, no. Now, the people of the village were at a loss as how to get rid of these pests.
Uh-huh.
So one summer day, there chanced to stray.
Oh, my, get him.
Yes.
A word weaver, a poet. Do you press flowers, too?
No. Now, please, I don't want to be interrupted.
No.
A young man came to the village, and he was called Pied Piper.
What did he do?
All right. Well, he went to the mayor, and he said, I'll rid the town of rats for 1,000 guilders.
Yeah?
And the mayor said, I'll give you 50,000 guilders.
That's all right.
Yeah.
But did he get it in writing?
No.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Now, how's he going to get rid of the rats in the town?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, around his neck he carried a flute.
Uh-huh.
And he played weird music on this pipe, which would make the rats follow him.
Is that so?
Yes.
They followed him?
They did, yes, uh-huh.
They'll do the same thing for a piece of cheese.
Well, no. Well... Pied Piper didn't need anything like that.
I see.
Probably the music was cheesy. Now, will you please? And what did he play? I don't know. You don't know. It was some very strange melody. Uh-huh. Must have been a masterpiece. Now, probably the Revel of the Rodents. Now, young man, I can go on like this for hours, but you wouldn't like it. I don't know what he played, but I do know that the rats followed him out of town and down to the river. And then the rats all jumped into the water and were drowned.
Yeah?
Yes.
They were drowned?
Yes, they were drowned.
Why didn't they swim?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Why did they go in the water if they couldn't swim?
Well, I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No.
Maybe they'd rather drown than listen to the music, huh?
Yes, that's what it was. That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Well, if they didn't like the music, why did they follow him?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
It's a wonder you wouldn't get the facts to the story before you try to tell it.
All I know is that the rats followed him and they went in the water and they were drowned.
Yeah?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No.
You don't believe it?
No.
But they did go in the water and they did drown.
I don't believe it.
Oh, why don't you?
I don't know. I just got one of those nasty streaks, I guess. I just can't explain it. I don't believe it.
I see.
You can lead a rat to water, but you can't make him sink.
I see. Nevertheless, when the Pied Piper, I
think you were right the first time.
When he came back to Hamlin to collect his 1,000 guilders, what do you think the mayor said?
I don't believe it.
Now, stop that. Well, anyway, the mayor said, I will give you 50 guilders after he'd already promised to give him 1,000.
That was a dirty deal.
Yes.
That's a great discount for cash, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes. And it wasn't fair, but Pied Piper got even with him.
What did he do?
Well, I'll tell you what he did. He played his pipe again, and this time all the children followed him, and he led them into a mountain.
Into a mountain?
Yes. Well, the mountain mysteriously opened up, and then after the children had entered, the mountain mysteriously closed again.
Yeah?
And the children were never heard from again.
Is that so?
Yes. And that is the story of Pied Piper.
And about as dull a thing as I've ever listened to.
Well, I don't say that it's a true story, but there is a moral to it.
Yes, there is. Never do business on credit.
Orchids to Bergen and McCarthy. Here's a note from somewhere in the North Atlantic from Seaman First Class FAW, who is busy helping uphold the glorious traditions of the United States Coast Guard. He says he enjoys command performance each week, but that he'd enjoy it doubly if his favorite singer, Jenny Sims, would do a number just for him. Well, here she is, Miss Jenny Sims.
Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. In your arms I find love so delectable, dear. I'm afraid it isn't quite respectable, dear. But hang it, come on, let's glorify love. Ding, dang it, I'll shout encore if I love. Don't be a naughty papa. Come to mama do. My sweet embraceable you. I've got a feeling I'm falling in love with you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all those many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty papa. Come to mama, do. My sweet embraceable.
Thank you, Miss Jenny Sims. Now for Corporal J.G.R., who plays nurse to one of those big guns in the Canal Zone Artillery Unit, and for Staff Sergeant B.R.K. in the Trinidad Air Force, the latest news from Van Buren, Arkansas, as delineated by that barnstorming buffoon, Bob Burns.
Well, now, if any of you boys want to go out and take a smoke, why, I've just got a couple of words here to the boys down in Trinidad in the Canal Zone. And you want to know how the folks are doing and what the folks are doing down in Van Buren? Well, I know you boys will be happy to know that the people down in Van Buren are all going in for this war work. They're really getting in there and doing their bit. My cousin Walford went to St. Louis to join the Army, but they turned him down. They said he had flat feet and wouldn't be able to march. Walford felt awful bad about it after walking 400 miles to get there. And my Uncle Hod tried to get in the Army. He's been trying for a long time. And just last week he got word from the examining board saying his teeth are all right. Next week, he's going to report in person. But now, you know, I believe, boys, I believe that the women folks down home are doing more than the men in this preparedness work, in this war work. My Aunt Peachy Sims, that's my old maid aunt, she's been trying to raise money for the relief. All last week, she was working down at the Red Cross Auxiliary Woman's Bazaar. She was auctioning off kisses at 10 cents apiece. And she liked the work so well, she put in over $40 of her own money. And my Aunt Peachy Sims, my Aunt Puny, rather, that's my sickly aunt. Now she tried her best to get a job as a welder, but they told her she was too puny for that. And so she finally, it just goes to show now that there's work here for everybody if they want to do something. Aunt Puny finally got a job with the Red Cross. She's posing for labels on iodine bottles. Now, I believe Grandma Snazzy's doing the most. Now, Grandma said she had to have something a little bit more exciting, so they made her a fire warden, and I want to tell you she's just doing fine. Her very first night on duty, she found Grandpa fooling around with an incendiary blonde. She said it looked like an old flame, so she put it out. Now then, I noticed that you boys, both of you boys, ask about Uncle Fudd. Well, I know you're going to be disappointed to hear that Uncle Fudd ain't living in Arkansas anymore. He just couldn't make a dime. I don't blame him for moving. He couldn't make a dime on that crawfish land, and so he moved over into Oklahoma. And he pretty near starved to death over there. He thought he was going to have to leave there, but do you know not long ago they found oil on his place, and he's just doing fine now. I got a letter from him the other day, and he was telling me about a new house he had just bought over there. And he said this house is the darndest thing you ever saw. He said there's one room where you don't do nothing but just sleep in. And he said there's another room just for sitting around in, and another room for eating, and one for cooking. But he said the darndest thing is a little room down the hall. He said it's all white on the inside, and he said there's a thing in one side of it where you can wash all over. And he said then there's another place there just to wash your face and hands. But he said the darndest thing is the little thing over in the corner to wash your feet in. He said when we first moved here, the thing had 2 lids on it, but he said we took them off, we didn't need them, and he said Ma's using one of them for a biscuit board. And he said we framed Grandpa's picture with it.
Well, boys, that's about all. We wish you could entertain you boys the same way you're fighting for us 24 hours a day. But time marches on, and it looks like this particular half hour is just about filled. We're also glad to fill your request, fellows, for anything you want in the way of entertainment from home. Just tear off the top of a Stuka or Mitsubi, then write and tell us what you want on your own show, Command Performance, USA. Tonight's Command Performance has originated in Hollywood, where it sometimes rains, but where the sky is never so dark, but what the stars will come out for you. This is Jean Tierney saying, so long from over here. We hope we pleased you over there.
Remember, this is your show, men. Let us know what you want. Address your letters to Command Performance USA in care of the station to which you are listening. You ask for it, we'll fill it. And remember, fellas, the Axis asked for it, too. We expect you to fill that one with lead.
Hi, fellas. Excuse me if I sound in a hurry, but here's the situation. 12 minutes of music and a short lecture, so it doesn't leave any time for small talk from yours truly, Jill. So let's start jiving with the best of them. Bunny Berrigan and his orchestra. That Jivin' by Bunny Berrigan was for Seaman First Class George Burnett of a certain CBMU. Now, all of you who like Bing and the Andrews Sisters, stand by. I'll bet that includes nearly everyone. Let's see, requesters on this include Seaman Second Class Cecil Betterton, Nick Martinet at APO 719, Spook, Gil, Pop, Swede, Nels, Seal Oil, Thad, and Jack at APO 947, Boatswain's Mate Wayne Strasser and the Coast Guard. Okay, here's Bing and the Andrews Sisters with Don't Fence Me In.
Oh, give me land, lots of land, under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze and listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in.
Just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western sky. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise.
I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences and gaze at the moon till I lose my senses, and I can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
Give me land, lots of land under starry skies. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze and listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in. Just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western sky.
On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences and gaze at the moon till I lose my senses, and I can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. No. Papa, don't you fence me in.
Hey, here's a song that really goes way back when. Gosh knows when it first came out, but it's been around for a long time. The Pied Pipers recorded it recently, and it's been requested by Corporal Lee Hunter and the men at APO 322. And I'd also like to dedicate it to Private A.L. Lucier and all the fellows at APO 251. The Pied Pipers singing Cuddle Up a Little Closer.
Cuddle up a little closer, lovey mine. Cuddle up and be my little clinging vine. Like to feel your cheeks so rosy, like to make you comfy, cozy, 'cause I love from head to toesy. Lovey mine. 'cause I love from head to toe, sleeping. Only you, my love, in mine.
Now the lecture I mentioned at the beginning of the program. Well, it really isn't a lecture. It's not even a speech. It's just a little plug for V-mail. When you send in those record requests, if you think of it, use V-mail, huh? It's really fast, and the sooner I get your letter, the sooner you'll hear your record. Now, back to the jukebox and a tune by Tony Pastor and his orchestra. Blues. Not St. Louis blues, not Beale Street blues, not blues in the night, just blues.
You get when married, wishing that you could be free. But the kind of blues that's good and blue comes from buying wine for two. The kind of blues my sweetie gives to me.
Well, after convincing you that the name of that was just blues, I see that it was blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. Oh, well, that's all there is for now, fellas. Meet me at the jukebox about this time tomorrow, huh? Until then, this is your GI gal Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
be. Somebody loves me. I wish I knew who he can be. Worries me. For every boy who passes me, I shout, hey, maybe you were meant to be my loving baby. Somebody loves me. I wonder who. Maybe it's Honey, won't you take me, never to forsake me, 'cause 'cause I love you so. Let your kisses thrill me, just like you alone can do. Hold me tenderly and fold me, never try to hold me from you.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you You Have Taken My Heart, Well, 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 Oh, Them Golden Slippers, Somebody Loves Me, Shine, South of the Border, April Showers, Hold Me, My Old Flame, Sing You Sinners, and Sweet and Low. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your featured soloist, Martha Mears, Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Servicemen and women, come along to Melody Roundup. Hello out there. It's Melody Roundup time with the tunes you requested from Roy Acuff and his Smoky Mountain Boys. And an Arkansas stew of comments from those part-time vegetarians, Lum and Abner, and their carnivorous guest, Gabby Hayes. While they're busy cooking up the first course, let's hear Roy and the boys do Down in Union County.
Down in Union County, down in Union County, down in Union County, to see my Susie Ann. Going in the morning, going in the morning, I'm going in the morning to see my Susie Ann. Down in Union County, down in Union County, down in Union County, to see my Susie Ann. Cornbread in the oven, cornbread in the oven, cornbread in the oven to feed my Susie Ann. Down in Union County, down in Union County, down in Union County to see my Susie Ann.
Well, it's corn popping time down in Pine Ridge, and here they come just popping with corn, Lum and Abner and Gabby Hayes.
Granny's take the lid off of it while it's popping.
Yeah, put a little more butter and salt on me, Lum. I'm about ready to pop out of here.
Come over here, Gabby. I want you to meet everybody. It's Gabby Hayes. Abner, you know Gabby, don't you?
Yeah, proud to see you,
How
Gabby.
are you? How are you? Now put that shooting iron down now, Gabby.
Don't go
now,
wait a minute.
You know Roy Acuff here, don't you?
Howdy, Roy.
Granny's, there's the outdoing singer I know of.
City fella, Roy is.
Roy's a city fella. You can tell the way he sings.
I got a cousin name of Acuff, yeah.
Have you?
Shorty Acuff, they call him.
Shorty?
Yeah, little feller. So short, has to have the seat of his pants half soled 3 times a year.
No, kid?
Yeah, little fella.
The sand blower, that's what he is.
Yeah, he don't walk.
He's from Big Springs, Texas.
Yeah.
Big Sandy.
Sued the city for building the sidewalks so high.
He never walks, you know. He just drug along when he go down the street.
He used to live down there in the swamps, didn't he, Gabby?
Mhm.
So swampy down there, the dogs instead of having fleas, they had crawdads.
That's right. That's the feller.
I know
He
where
lived
he
way
is.
back there in the sticks. I had to grease his wagon twice to get to town.
Yeah, well, Sir Rocky back there, a cat had to make 14-mile trip every day. Well, let's get something started here now, fellers. How about a good song here for old Thomas Queensberry and the boys in Hut 106 at APO 610.
Corporal Thomas who?
Quisenberry.
Granny's.
Well, that's his writing. I never wrote it, Lum. I can't read such scratching as
Well,
that.
let's sing to him. Have Roy do it or something.
Well, what's a good one?
Well, yeah, how about it's too late now to worry anymore. He's got that name and he stuck with it.
Yeah, no use to worry about that. Might change it to Charlie Quisenberry.
It's too late for me to worry. I can see that.
Last night I went to bed. I cried and I cried. I couldn't forget you somehow. I said we were through, but I'll come back to you. Tell me, darling, is it too late now? For weeks and for months I've tried to forget. I knew we should never break a vow. I'd give everything to have you back again. Tell me, darling, is it too late now? This letter that I write is all stained with tears. I'll come back and mend my broken vow. We'll start our love anew. I'll promise to be true. Tell me, darling, is it too late now? Last night I went to bed. I cried and I cried. I couldn't forget you somehow. I said we were through, but I'll come back to you. Tell me, darling, is it too late now?
Gabby, I don't suppose you like this kind. You're kind of a city feller, ain't you?
Yeah.
I know.
I was brought in big town.
Where was you foaled, Gabby?
Hey?
Where was you foaled?
A little place called Broken Elbow, Texas.
Broken Elbow?
Big town. Had 170 people.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, you was right in the middle of town there.
Did you live right downtown or out?
Yeah, panhandle country. I lived way up on the handle.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You're sort of a country feller then, ain't you?
Yeah. You're city fellers, I
Oh, definitely. We live right in the town of Pine Ridge.
You must have slid down in the pan to get out this far.
Well, I tell you, I was up on the handle. They'll put me on the pan after this, though.
Hey, Roy Acuff's getting mad over there. He wants to play. Every time he comes up here, he wants to play and sing music and stuff.
I know he wants to play and we want to talk. Now, what are we going to do?
But let him play a little. He get mad and go home.
All right. Roy, what do you want to play? Well, wait a minute, though, Roy. We got another request here from Corporal Brown W. Woodard at APO 636. He wants to hear The Heart That Was Broken for Me.
There came from the sky in the days long ago the Lord with a message of love. The world knew him not, he was treated with scorn. This wonderful gift from above. He came to his own, to the ones that he loved, the sheep that had wandered astray. They heard not his voice, but the friend of mankind was hated and driven away. The birds have their nests and the foxes have holes, but he had no place for his head. A pallet of stone on the cold mountainside was all that he had for a bed. I'll take up my cross, I will walk by his side. For the pathway of duty I see, I will follow my Lord and abide in his heart, the heart that was broken for me. They crowned him with thorns, he was beaten with stripes, smitten and nailed to the tree. But the pain in his heart was was the hardest to bear, the heart that was broken for me.
Abner, is any particular tune you'd love to hear?
Well, yes, there is. Now, to be honest, Roy was singing one here, just practicing a while ago, that The Glory Bound Train. That's a
Oh, well, we got a
pretty
request
song
for that.
Have we?
Yeah, got a request from Private First Class John Forley.
That John's a smart feller if his
Wait a
case
minute.
goes along.
Where's that APO feller? You get him in there again, can't you?
That feller's got the same initials all the time. ain't he?
APO's all I hear.
Yeah, well, this is PFC John Farley, The Glory Bound Train.
Come and listen, won't you, brother? Have you heard or don't you know? There's a train that's bound for glory. Will you ride it when it goes? Have you made all preparations, reservations all complete? When you hear that whistle blowing, will you be there at your seat? Has your ticket yet been purchased for that glory-bound train? Or will you ride? Or will you ride? Will you ride that train to heaven by and by? Oh, the headlight will be gleaming. Jesus is the engineer. Will you ride his train to glory, or will he leave you here? When its golden bell starts ringing, when he calls out all aboard, will you have your ticket ready for your Savior and your Lord? Has your ticket yet been purchased for that glory-bound train? Or will you ride? Or will you ride? Will you ride that train to heaven by and by? When you hear it in the distance, hear its mighty drivers roll. Just a little while to tarry, then we'll walk the streets of gold. Will the loved ones who have journeyed just a little while ago meet you there at Heaven Station when that last whistle blows? Has your ticket yet been purchased for that glory-bound train? Or will you ride? Or will you ride? Will you ride that train to heaven by and by?
Gabby, you've been looking through the mail there. Is there any more requests?
Yeah, something here says my home in San Antonio was requested by the Pacific Tornadoes.
Doggies, Pacific Tornado.
Well, goodness gracious, let's let them have it then.
Blow you right out of the place.
Yeah, go ahead. Give them at my home in San Antonio.
Traveled o'er the country on my merry way, been in crowds and felt I was alone. When I feel like bragging, I just up and say, I'm a native son of San Antone. There's a sweet somebody by the Alamo, someday she's going to be my very own. And we'll buy a high chair in a year or so for our little home in San Antone. Haven't got to worry, haven't got to care, haven't got a thing to call my own. Though I'm out of money, I'm a millionaire, I still have my home in San Antone. When I greet my neighbor with a how you all, I'm wealthy as a king upon a throne. You can have your mansions or a cottage small, I'll just take my home in San Antonio.
Here's another request. Want Gabby Hayes to sing Pistol Packin' Gabby.
Oh, lay that pistol down, Lum, lay that pistol.
I just said the man requested. I didn't say we wanted to hear you sing.
Excuse me.
Well, I'd like to hear him sing a little of it.
Well,
don't like to hear him waving that pistol around.
Sure don't have to urge you to sing none, do you?
Certainly not.
Just
Why?
mention your name and you're all.
He's like a policeman's club. He's
proud of my voice, young feller.
Well, I think that's about all the time we got right now. Well, fellers, so long for now, but we'll be seeing you soon. Write in your request, care of the Melody Roundup, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. The best of luck from Lum
and Abner.
Gabby Hayes.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.